Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Ife Ogene. I'm a data analyst and an analytics engineer. This is my first time publicly doing a YouTube tutorial, and I'm excited to walk you through this very YouTube tutorial and every other person that will be watching this video hereafter. So if this is your first time coming across my YouTube channel, please do well to subscribe to my channel and turn on post notifications so you get notified and get early access to videos I'll be dropping in subsequently. Thank you very much. Alright, let's dive right in. So what's in this project for you? This is an Excel case study, a practical guided business analysis project. And as we proceed, I'll be showing you how to turn raw data into insights, which involves identifying metrics and key performance indicators. And then we'll be moving forward to finding out why and what the root causes are by understanding what drives their movement. So in essence, the goal of this project is to move beyond descriptive reporting and then provide decision-ready insights. And then finally, I'll be building this very simple Excel one-pager dashboard. It's simple actually. I will show you how to load the data into Excel, set up our model, clean and prepare the data, then carry out analysis, and then build all of these visuals you see here. And we'll walk through creating dynamic DAX and pivot calculations that responds to slicers, something like this. And then we'll be able to get insights from the data. So pick up your pen, your notebook, and then sit back and watch how we transform raw data into insights. So in this project, we'll be assuming the role of a sales analyst. But before we proceed with the analysis, I'd like to walk you through the business document that contains the guided questions we'll be carrying out this analysis on. So we have an understanding of the entire scope of the analytic business project. So this is a sales analysis. Data has been collected for a mid-sized restaurant that make sales with pizza, and then we also have the business context here, which tells us the overview of the company, such as the industry, the core product that is being sold by this mid-sized business in the market. And then we have the sales model, in-store and takeaway orders. So orders have been placed daily. Then the data period spans across a year of transaction sales data. So there's a strategic need. Leadership wants to understand what drives revenue and volume. There are other problems too that are associated with the analysis. How demand changed by time, day, and season. Then we also have the problem statement. So despite healthy sales activity, Pizza Palace faces several unanswered business questions, and that's why we'll be wearing the hat of a sales analyst. Okay, so we'll track revenue, drivers of these revenues, they're unclear. Then we also have, we don't know whether growth is driven by price, volume, or product mix. So we'll answer some of these questions, not all, so that we can just have a template on how to proceed with other analysis too. And then we also have the data description and scope. So which is the overview of the data set. Each will represent a single pizza sales with the following attributes: order details, the time, product details, sales metric, such as quantity, unit price, and the like. So these are common attributes of a data that contains sales, right? And then we have assumptions too. Of course, this is the basic calculations, arithmetic. Total prices equals quantity and unit price, multiplied by unit price rather. Then all the recorded transactions are completed sales. So we don't have any discounts or refunds that are included in the data set. And then these are the business questions we would be diving into this while we walk through this tutorial. First of all is what is happening, all right? This descriptive reporting. What's the total revenue, total orders, and then we answer questions like why is it happening? This has to do with trying to know what the drivers of some key performance indicators are and metrics, and then what is influencing the outcome. Okay. Then we have key metrics. We look at total revenue, total orders, total quantity, and the likes. And then we have the analytic approach, key insight. So this is just a walkthrough for the sales analysis project, and let's see what we have as we proceed with the project. So as we proceed with this analysis, because it's an Excel case study, we'll be working with Microsoft Excel. I'm going to open that here. Click on File. So open the workbook. So this is our data set for the case study we're looking at. So first things first, we're walking through the life cycle of data analysis, the data analytical phase, which has to do with, first of all, defining the objective. We've looked at that from the business guided question and the full scope of it. Then, get the data, which we've just done. The next thing we do will be cleaning and transforming the data so that we can be able to analyze, interpret, and then be able to communicate our findings via the dashboard and every other means of communication. So the first thing I'll do is to duplicate this file. Yeah, I'm going to duplicate the sheets before I walk you through the data set. So I'll just click on move or copy, and I'll click on move to end, create a copy. Alright, so we have a duplicate of the raw data set. And then the next thing will be to save this file as a workbook. Currently, it's a CSV file. Probably when you get it to, when you're analyzing or you're trying to follow along with this video, you should also save it to in a workbook format. So I'm going to click on save, add, browse this. Okay, so you can see it here, it's a CSV file, comma, then limited file. So I'm going to save it as a workbook, Excel workbook. Here we have it. Okay, now click on save. All right, so there we go. Now, having done that, first of all, we'll explore the data to understand what the data is all about. So that's the first thing you have to do, understand what the data is all about. And so the data is still it's a bit strong, so I'm going to expand it by highlighting everything here. Control A, that's the shortcut key, and I'll click on Home. There I have my format, and I'll click on Auto Fit colon width, and then we have everything spread out. Okay. So first things first, I'm going to apply a filter to this data set so that I can be able to profile it, to understand the content of it, because I cannot by mere looking at it understand. It's about, I think, 44,000 records that we have here. I see it's 48,000 records of data, so it's not that much anyway, but still voluminous to some extent. So while everything is highlighted, Control A, I'm going to come over to my Home tab, and I think I'll go to my Data tab instead. Then you can see the filter, so I'll click on this sort and filter, and then we have this little drop down here. There's a shortcut key to that, Control Shift L to remove it, and Control Shift L again to install it. So we have our columns auto fitted. So let's walk through everything. All right. So we explore the data set. The first record or the first field we have here is the pizza ID, which tells us about the unique identifier of every record or every transaction that took place within the data. All right, and then we have other ID. This is a unique identifier too that describes the transaction. That it's a unique identifier. It identifies each transaction, right? And then the pizza name. All of these are unique identifiers too. You can also call them primary keys or foreign keys depending on the context in which it's been applied to. And then we have the quantity. So let's quickly look at the pizza ID to see if there's any discrepancies here. So I don't think there's any here. Okay, and then we have the other ID also. So this data set is, somewhat clean, but just for the sake of those that will be getting to see this for the first time, right? So this is what's called data profiling, to see the content of your data. At least it's good to always know what you're about to work with before delving deep into it. To have the pizza name ID, you just check. What data profiling is all about is that it's used to check for inconsistencies. That's part of data cleaning. If there are errors, if there are duplicate values, or any outlier you can find in your data, right? So there's nothing here. I've worked on this before. So this quantity tells us the unique quantities that were purchased when ordering pizzas. Okay, then we have other dates. It captures the transaction date for each transaction that was recorded in this data set. All right, so according to our business guided project questions, we saw that this project was the data provided in this data set was spanned across a year. So we have 2015 here, January, February, March, April, May, July, August, September, October, November. Yeah, and I spot some inconsistencies here. So everything is supposed to be in the same format, not in two different formats. So we have the date captured as months. We have the date also captured as a full date, the day, the month, and the year, which is not supposed to be so. We'll sort that out But let's quickly walk through every other part of the data set. We have the order time. This captures the timestamp that transactions were made. Okay. We have that. We have the unit price. We have the revenue. We have the pizza size. Let's look at it. So L stands for large. M stands for what does M stand for again? We have S, which is small. X extra large. XX extra large. Yes, M stands for I just remembered it and I'm forgetting it again. Large, medium. Yes, medium. All right. So we have pizza category. These are the categories of pizza. There are different types of pizza, but from what we've seen here, we have a chicken, classic, supreme, veggie. So we have pizza that are just for vegetarians. So they don't have any thing that is found in non-vegetarian pizzas, in vegetarian pizzas too. So you can further classify it into non-veggies and veggies. So veggies, this, and then the remaining three, chicken, classic, supreme, is non-veggie pizzas. Then we have the pizza ingredients. Some of this information here, they might not be necessary for your analysis. So there are ways to go about it. Either you delete them or you just leave them. Okay. And then we have the pizza name, the unique pizzas in the data set. Okay. So we've just been able to look at the content of the data before proceeding with analyzing it. All right. So the first thing, okay, let me work. Okay. Let me work it here. So the first thing we'll do now would be to fix the date. All right. So let's try to fix the date to make everything in one format. So what I'm going to do is to highlight this, and I highlight this column, and then I'll go to my data pane here under the ribbon, and then we have text to column. So just a brief walkthrough. Text to column is split a single column into text into multiple columns. Yeah, you can use text to column to do a lot of things, but I'll show you what I'm going to do here now. So we want to convert it into the appropriate data type exactly. So we'll leave it at delimited, and I'll click on next. By default in your Excel, you will usually see the tab being highlighted or checked. If it's checked, you uncheck it. Okay, so these are the limiters. The limiters are what separates two things. All right, so it could either be a tab, could either be a semicolon, could either be a comma, space, or any other thing under underscore, which can fall under the category of others. All right, so I'm going to uncheck everything here. I don't need any delimiter. Then I'm going to click on next. Now I want to format. The problem with this column is that it is wrongly formatted, so it's carrying general. So Excel is confused, so to say. So we have to put it in the appropriate data type for it to be able to know that it's dealing with a date data type. All right. So I'm going to change it from general to date, and then we have month, day, year. This is the format in which you want the date to appear. So it's based on preference. For me, I would go with day, month, year instead of month, day, year. So whichever one you might feel like using, you're free to do. All right. So I think that's it, and I'm going to click on finish. All right. So let's see the result of using text to column to address that issue. So we have 2015 here: January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So we've correctly formatted our order date column in the right format. So click on OK. What else again can we do? All right. So for the sake of other things we'll be doing in the analysis, I'll just do them here. So I want to create a calculated column, or we call it feature engineering. That's like deriving column from existing data, or deriving more data from an existing data. So because of the analysis will involve us carrying out time series analysis too. So I'd want to extract some more information from the order date column. So how am I going to do that? We have just the order date. I'm going to insert a colon here, a new colon. So I'll click on insert. All right. Then I want to extract. More date features from this table. All right. So the first one will be to extract the quarter. So we have this in a date format, full date format. So I want to extract just the quarter for it. So this I'm going to do it. I'm going to write the equality sign, and then I'll say Q. All right. Let's do it this way. There's the ampersand sign. So I'll say round up. All right. So round up is a function that rounds up a number. So in the place of round up, I want to round up the date itself. So I'll say month. And then the month is a function, it's a date function that helps us extract the month from a date colon or a data type, right? So this month is expecting me to put a serial number. I'm going to reference tell E2, which is the parameter is requesting for me to put in. I'm going to close it. Now, let me explain this. So having put in the month, it's requesting me to fill in the parameter required for the roundup function to evaluate. So I'm going to click on equal to, not equal to rather, sorry. Now this is returning the month. So the month, it's saying the month as numbers. So I'm going to divide it by 3 because I want to return quarter from the date itself. So if you look at the year, it's quarter is we have 12 months in a year, and then in that 12 months we can get 4 quarters from it: 3, 6, 9, 12. So the first quarter, February, January to March, second March, April till June, and third July till September, and October to December. So I'm going to divide it in that order. That's why I'm using 3, right? Divided by 3. Then the number of digits I want it to return. Okay, I don't want any decimal, so I'm going to put it at 0 and close the functions. All right, so the number of open brackets you open should be the same number of closing brackets you should use. So I open 2 brackets and I'm going to close it 2 brackets because of 2 functions I'm using here. So I'll click on OK. So we have Q1. So what I just did is that I divided the month by 3, and the value it returned, I'm concatenating it with the letter here, Q. It's just custom. I just want it that way so that I can use it to carry out in-depth analysis. So I'm concatenating Q and then concatenating the value that this function is returning. Right? Let me zoom this a bit. It's looking too small. All right. So this is what I have. So I can call this quarter. Okay. Then I'm going to auto flash fill this downwards. Right. So if I click on this filter, you see I have 4 quarters here: Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. Click on OK. So let's proceed to the next thing. All right. So we've been able to extract the attributes of the date quarter from the other dates. So the next thing I want to do is to extract month from it. So I'll click on insert, and I'm going to call this month. Okay. So say OK equal to, then I use a function. Month is, sorry, I'm going to use a text function. So I'll say text. This text is a text function, right? So the value it's requesting, or it's the parameter it needs me to fill in, will be from the other date set, parent column. So I'll click on E2. Then how do I want to format it? I want to format it in short form. So I'll just say month, then close it up. So these are basic functions that will aid your analysis in Excel. I'm going to flash fill now. I have all my months extracted from the parent column here. Let's see what we have. We'll have April, August, December, February, January, June, March, May, November, October, September. So you have 12 months completed. So the next attribute I'm going to get out from my other dates parent column will be, let's look at the weekday, because we'll need this for time series analysis. I'm going to click on insert. I'll call this, let's say, okay, weekday, weekend. All right. So I want to extract. I'm going to write an if statement here, which will explain how I'm going to walk through it. So I want to extract the days where it is weekday and the days where it's weekend from our parent column. Okay. So I'm going to use the if statement. So I'll say if on tab, and then we have logical test. But I'll pass in the weekend function, the weekday function rather. And then with the weekday function, I click on tab, is requesting a serial number, which is the parameter for it to evaluate. I'll click on the parent column, the E2, right, and then colon. Is asking me which serial number do you want to return. You can see the first one is number 1, Sunday through 7, Saturday. So this means that there are several days people count as the first day of the week. So some people say the first day of the week is Sunday, others say it's Monday. So which of them are you going to use? So I'll use 1 Sunday here. So I want this to return. So when it iterates through the series, 1 being Sunday and 7 being Saturday, it will retrieve the respective weekdays and weekends from my order date parent column. All right. So I'm going to cover this. And now I'm done. Okay, I'm still not done with the logical test. So I'm saying if the weekday is greater than or equal to where is my greater than or equal to 6. So remember, 1 is Sunday. If 1 is Sunday, 6 would be Friday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1 is 6 is Friday. So if the weekday is greater than or equal to 6, what should be the value true? What should you return? So I want it to return weekend. I'm categorizing it into weekend and weekdays. So what it means that if the weekday from the parent column falls on Friday, classified as weekend. So I'll put it in this double quotes. I'll say weekend. I'll cover this weekend. So if it does not meet this criteria, what should you return? Which is the value false. Then I'll say return it as a weekday. That means if it's not going to fall between 6, if it's not greater than 6 or 7, then return weekday. Alright, so I think we're sure with just click on enter. So you can see we have the weekday. That means the 1st of January 2015 was a weekday. And I'm going to flash fill this down. Once I check on this, you see we've categorized into just weekends and weekdays, right? So that's it for this column we've extracted from our parent column. I hope I'm not missing any other thing. I think let's do one more. Let's do day of the week. Click on insert here. So I'll see week days. Same thing applies. I'm going to use the text function. Okay, text function is used to manipulate text data. That's why I'm using text function. So I'm always referring back to the parent column value. And what should I return? So I want it to return Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'll just say day. So this is a short form of extracting the weekday. Alright, so this is what we have. Then let's to be sure we check the drop down here. We have Friday, Monday, Saturday, Sunday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So 7 days in a week. We've extracted all of these date attributes from the parent column. Right. Let's see if there's any other thing we can do again. Alright, so there we go. We have it now. So these are very key attributes or key fields in our data that we'll be using. Right. So the next thing we're going to do will be to convert this Excel sheet into a table. Currently, it's in a range. A range is a combination of 2 or more cells, and we have multiple thousands of cells here in this sheet. We want to tie everything up together and convert it into a table, which is a combination of 2 or more ranges. It makes our analysis structured. That's the reason why we convert it into a table. So what I'm going to do, I will highlight everything. Right, the short form for turning your Excel ranges into a table. But if you don't want to use a short form, I think we have can click on this table. See, please create a table to organize and analyze related data. So I'm going to click on it. If you're not too conversant with using all of these functionalities in the ribbon, you can use Ctrl T. So I'll just click on this, and I've highlighted everything, and it's asking me where is the data for your table. It has highlighted this entire cell from cell A1 down to cell P 48,621. That's quite a large number. And then it's asking me, does your table have headers? If I want to check it, it's going to include this as records in my tables, the pizza ID, order ID, pizza name, quantity, and the likes. But no, I don't want that key, so I'm going to check it back. My table has headers, use it as headers. I'll click on OK. There we go. We have our pizza palace sales data set converted into a table, no longer a range. So it's going to make our analysis easy to proceed with. Oh, so there's still something we haven't done yet, which is extracting time of day from the timestamp that was captured in the data set. Okay, so I'm going to insert semicolon to the left, right? Let's call this time of day. So we'll need this to perform hourly trend analysis. I'll say equal to, I'm still going to use the if function. I want to extract the time of day. I want to categorize this other time into morning, afternoon, evening, and night. So to do that, remember, always reference the parent colon. All right, so I'll click on this. I'll say if this colon, which is the logical test. Let me put the logical test. But before that, let's do this better. So I'll say if we're going to use the R. I said if the R function extracts, it gives us the hour in number from a particular timestamp. Right. So I say if the R, which is this. Okay. I'll close this. So what it's going to do is it will extract the hour from this time into the 24-hour clock. So we have 1, 2, 3 down to 24 hours. We have 24 hours in a day. So for this, it's going to return 11 o'clock, not 11:38 minute 36 seconds, just 11. So that's what it does. So if the hour is this, if the hour is greater than, I want to categorize it going downwards from night to evening, down to afternoon, down to morning. So during the 24 hours time, we can classify night to be from 20 hours of the day to the 24th hour of the day, which is usually around 8 p.m. Right? 20 is 8, 10, 21 is 9, 22 is 10, 23 is 11, 24 or 00 is 12 a.m. So if the hour falls between, I'm going to say if it's greater than, this is just, I'm nesting functions. If the hour is greater than or equal to 20, okay, that's after it has returned the hour for this particular timestamp. If it's greater than 20, what should it do? What should you return if that condition results to true? Return 9th. All right, so I'll say return 9th. Then I'll put a comma and next another if statement with it. So I said if again. If I'll do the same thing, click on my tab key. If R, and I'm going to reference this again. Okay, the formula is missing an open parenthesis. Okay, this is how you're able to troubleshoot. So if R equals to this again, I'm going to cover this. If it's greater than or equal to what's the time frame for evening? Evening usually starts from 4 p.m. in the evening till like 8. So 4 p.m. in 24-hour clock is 16. So if it's greater than or equal to 16, that means if it's 4 o'clock or greater than 4 o'clock, return what? Return evening. Value through evening. Okay. Else. So I don't have else yet. I'm going to next another if statement. I'll say if logical test. I'll click on my R again and reference this. If the R is that, if it's greater than, so we've been able to categorize from evening to night. So let's do for afternoon. When it's afternoon, afternoon is from 12 p.m. in the afternoon till 4 p.m. in the evening. So within a window of 4 hours. So I'll say if it's greater than or equal to 12. Sorry. And if R is this, okay, greater than or equal to 12. We're still writing the logical test. How would you know? This logical test will be highlighted in bold black color. So if it's greater than or equal to 12, what should be the value if true? Return afternoon. I'm going to say afternoon. Afternoon. Okay, so we're almost done. So we're left with being able to categorize it into night, evening, afternoon. So what we have left is morning. So it has if this if statement iterates between the numbers, you'll notice that it has exhausted greater than or equal to 20 or 20. That means 21 is included here, 22, 23 is included, 24. So if it's greater than 20, classified as 9th. Then we came and said if it's greater than or equal to 16, that means it will include 17, 18, 19, but it will not include 20 because a condition has already been assigned to that number here. So it's going to stop at 19. Then the same thing applies to 12. If it's greater than or equal to 12, so 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 classified as afternoon. And then the remaining numbers we have within the 24-hour clock will be from 1 to 12. Then we can say if all of these conditions are not met, then you are free to return the remaining hour of the day as morning, which is the value if false, if it's not met. So I will say morning, else classify it as morning. That's what this means. Classify it as morning. Okay, so remember, the rule is when you open several functions, you close it in accordance to the number of brackets that were opened, right? So we've nested a lot of if statement here, so we'll count it. You don't have to count it, you just keep on adding the closed brackets. It would be changing colors till the very first one, which is black here. So we just keep adding. Then I think we're good. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5. Sorry. Hold on. Okay, some of them have been closed already. So I think they're good. Okay, so I click on enter. Alright, so here we have it, the time of day. So if I click on this filter drop down, you see it has classified or categorized the time of day, the timestamp found in data, into afternoon, evening, morning, and night. So it's a good point at this time to say we can proceed further with what we have left in our analysis. So the next thing we'll do will be to push this table into a pivot table. All right, so to do that, I'm going to select all. Again, and then I'll come here over to insert, and I'll click on pivot table. Okay, so this is the view we have here. It says select a table or range, and of course the name of our table by default it's named table 1, and then we have choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed. New worksheet, existing worksheet. So I'm going to leave it on new worksheet. So I want the pivot table to appear on a new worksheet. Then choose whether you want to analyze multiple tables. Yes, of course. Because of the nature of our analysis, I'll be creating one more table for to augment this current table we're working in now because of the advanced and dynamic DAX measures we'll be writing for our year-on-year calculations. All right. So I'm going to click on this, add this to data model, and I'll explain what the data model is shortly. I'll click on OK. Exactly. So here's our pivot table. All right. So the next thing I'll do will be to create another table first before we talk about pivot table. I'm going to go over to Power Pivot. All right. So in case you don't have Power Pivot in your Excel, all you have to do will be to go over to Files. I think you go to Options, and then you can click on Add-ins. Yes. Trying to recall where this is again. Manage Excel add-ins. It's somewhere around here. Probably could Google it out to see how to include Power Pivot into your Excel. Most of these things they're add-ins that they're not installed when you activate Excel. You have to manually put it there. So yeah, you could just check it out. It's very, very easy to just maybe Google it on YouTube, and then you see how to add extra some of these add-ins, right? I can't recall exactly where it is now, so I'll just click on that, but that's the way to go about it to include your Power Pivot. So I'm going to click on Power Pivot, and then I'll click on Manage. Yeah, click on Manage, and then it takes me to Power Pivot, entirely different from the Excel workbook. So here you'll see the table we have here. All right, we have the first table here, which contains our pizza ID, other IDs, and every other information. So we have just one table. If I go to diagram view here, you would see it in this format. So we just have one table, table 1, and all the attributes or the fields from that table. So now I'm going to create an additional table, right, to create a data model. What is a data model? A data model is used to reduce redundancy in your data. Normally, best practice, you don't store data in one big flat Excel sheet, because every day your day-to-day activities in business, it generates data, and that can become redundant over time. So in order to be able to reduce redundancy, it is best practice, standard practice, to store data in several related tables, right, that captures the entire content of the data. So this tutorial is tailored towards beginners and more of intermediate. So I'm trying to go this basic so that we can have an understanding of what the data model is. Yeah, but it's data model is quite a bit an advanced concept. So I'm going to click on so this is data view. So I want to create an additional table. I'm going to go to I think that's design. Okay, design. So I'm going to click on date table. So I'll click on new. Okay, here we go. So Excel is very intuitive. It has created a new date table for me that contains all my date related attributes. So I'm going to highlight this and I'll expand it so you can see it creates a date for me with the year, month, number, month. Let's see it. Let's see this in the data view rather instead of diagram view. So you can see this is what we have. This is what we have. So you can see the date ranging from 1st of January 1899. So Excel sees when Excel creates a date for you, it backdates. So I think that's the first time that Excel picks the date from 1899, right? And by default, Excel sees dates as numbers. But we'll be able to, since our data does not span backwards, we can be able to sort this out by going back to design view again and can click on update range. I'm going to update range. My start date should be January 1. January. Okay, I'm going to change it from 1899 to 2015. Okay. January 1, then to 2015 again. December 31. So click on OK. So we have our date spanning from January 1st, 2015 to December 31st, 2015. All right, so I'm going to mark this as, while this is highlighted, I'm going to mark this as a date. I'll mark as date. So it's forces Excel to mark this as a date table. All right, so back to our home. Let's look at diagram. So this is what we have here. All right, so we have two tables. So this is a fact table, contains metrics, and this is a dimension table. It gives our data descriptive attribute. It answers questions such as when, this time around now. So if we want to slice our table to get information based on time, our date table is there. Right, so like I said, this is quite advanced, but you get to understand it, especially in data modeling, dimensional modeling, Power BI, and the rest. But I'm just trying to keep it as simple as possible. So the next thing I'm going to do will be to I want to connect these two together. Remember, I said data model, there are several tables interrelated, related tables together. So to connect them together, I'm going to go to my design and I'll click on manage relationship. So you can see let me look at the tables that are here. Okay, I'll click on exactly. So what I did here, just come over, click on create relationship, and to appear to give you this dialog box. So we have table 1, okay, and then we have calendar table. Okay, so I'm going to change it back to table 1, and I need my calendar table to be here. All right, so this is my calendar table. So I want to create a relationship between these two tables. The relationship is what joins them together based on the primary key and what's it called again? Foreign key, right? So primary key, they're 100% unique. While the foreign key, you can see them occurring multiple times in your fact table. For the primary key, it's found in the dimension table most of the time, and also appears in the fact table as a foreign key. So I'm going to join these two together. You can see it's already giving me a warning here that the relationship between table 1 month and calendar month is many to many, which I don't want. I want it to be one to many. One occurrence, to many occurrence in the other table. So I'm going to click on this. This is the key I want, and this other date. Right, so I want them to be joined on this key, so it's active. I'm going to click on OK. So I think things are good. We have let me edit this. Check. Okay. I think we are good. You can close this. So this is the relationship I have. You can see 1 here on the dimension table, and then many on the fact table 1 here. All right, so I think this is good. We can proceed with the analysis. Hope I'm not forgetting anything. All right, so and then once we are done with that, we exit Power Pivot. So I can close Power Pivot. Right, and then it will load. Okay, want to go back again, you can click on Pivot, Power Pivot. All right, click on Manage. we have our respective date attributes in the date table. Yeah, I'd like to, you can also do the same thing we did in the main table. We can do them here by creating and extracting other date attributes from here. But I just want to extract month, so I'll do the same, quarter rather, I'll do the same thing I did in the main table. So after month, I'll just click here and click on insert colon. Because I want a custom quarter nomenclature for my dates. So I would say I'll do the same thing again. I'll concatenate Q, the Q, concatenate it with the ampersand symbol, and I'll round up. You can see the functions here. So round up. Now use month, calendar month. That's the name of the table. So calendar month. I'm interested in extracting my quarter from the parent colon. Remember date. So I'm going to include say month. This is the function I'm looking for. Click on tab. So I want to extract the calendar date from it. So we have calendar dates here. Click on my tab key. Then I'm going to cover this. Then it's prompting me to put in the number. So I would say I need it to be divided by 3 to get the quarter. And the numbers of digits. I just need 1 digit ends at 0. I think we're good to go here. Okay. Just to be sure, click on enter. Let's see what it gives us. Beautiful. So we have our customized or custom quarter extraction from the date in date column. So I'm going to name this. Okay. I'll call this quarter. All right. So and now exit here. Then we just come over to pivot table analyze, refresh all. I come over here, you can now see our calendar table here, right? And more fields. Let's look at the quarter we just created here. This is it, quarter. All right. So these are our tables. So currently we're in our pivot sheet. So I'm going to name this pivot table analysis. All right. So like I said, I'm going to define what a pivot table is. So what is a pivot table? A pivot table is simply put, is used to aggregate, summarize data. Right. So what we're going to do is aggregating all the information we can get from the data in line with our business problem, the questions that's going to guide this analysis. So that's what a pivot table means in short. It's used to calculate, aggregate, summarize data, right? So as we proceed, we'll be looking at the metrics. Let's see what we have here. All right, so these are key metrics and KPIs we'll be looking at, and then we'll be defining what they are, how it's going to help our analysis, differentiate between key metrics and KPIs in the course of our analysis. So let's proceed. So I'm going to come over here and I will write metrics. We're defining what the metrics are in this. So what are metrics? What are KPIs? So understanding the difference between a metric and a KPI will change how you read data. The metric is simply a measurable number that helps us answer questions like, what is the value of this? How many products does this company offer? Okay. So it gives us that answers to that kind of question. So they describe what's happening in the data. But metrics on its own do not automatically imply success or failure in a business. Here's what I mean. We can't determine whether a business is doing well based on these numbers alone, right? So, like I said, total revenue is $12,500. At this stage, there's no judgment attached to that figure. but that's a metric. So what are examples of metrics? The first example of metric we're looking at will be total revenue. All right, total revenue. So what I'm going to do here, this is my pivot table. So I'll click on this pivot table, all right, and then I'll come over here. You can see revenue here, revenue column here. So I'm going to continue with this analysis using DAX measures. All right. So DAX, the reason I'm going to be using DAX data analysis expression is that it's more advanced to perform advanced calculations too, and helps your work to be dynamic. Okay, but there are other ways to do this. So I'm going to click on add measure. Right. So this is my DAX. This is the name of the table, table 1, measure name. So the name of our first measure will be total revenue. Total revenue. Okay. So let's zoom this in. So I'm going to use my aggregate function sum. So I say sum, click on tab, and I'm going to sum this up. I want to sum the total revenue generated from pizza sales. So under okay, just to make things fast, it says sum, and then it's asking for the column name, which is the input parameter. So I'll say summarize all the total revenues. Once I click on revenue, it pops up. So I need this revenue from table 1. I'll click on it on tab, and I'm going to close this. So I'll check if my DAX formula is correct. This formula is invalid. Calculation error is measurable. Why? What could be the problem? Let's read through. The function sum takes an argument that evaluates the number of dates and work with value of string. Let's cancel this. Let's see what's in these for us. Is there any colon called revenue? Yeah, there's a colon called revenue. What could be the problem? Alright, add measure again. Measure name, total revenue. What I will summarize, colon name, revenue, let's just use revenue. Let's try that again, add measure. What could be the problem? Measure name, revenue. Okay. Number. Decimal number. A measure colon name would be name. Use a different name. Let's see. Just give me a minute. Let me sort this out. All right. Sorry about that problem we ran into. I've been able to figure out what the problem was initially. These are things you are likely to come across when analyzing data. So, but the good thing is that it will just help you strengthen your analytical and troubleshooting skills. Okay, so what was the problem? Remember, we're trying to get the total revenue, and we did that by clicking on this table, add measure. Right, so I use it. Let me zoom this. So the measure name, I'm going to say total revenue. Then we use the keyword sum, that's the function sum rather. Sum, and the argument here is asking us to put a colon name. Right, so let's look for the revenue. Table, okay, on table 1. If I click on OK, it returns this error. It says the measure formula is invalid and contains error. Continuing will result to that. Would you like to continue? So this is the problem. The formula is invalid or incomplete. Calculation error in measure table the function sum takes an argument that evaluates to number or dates and cannot work with values of string type. So it's already a cue to what the problem is. Of course, sum is an aggregate function and it returns, it aggregates numeric values only and returns an aggregate value or a summary value. So, but from this problem, it's showing us that it's containing a string data type, right? Which it cannot. It's not a text function. It's only text function that can manipulate string data types, not aggregate functions like sum, max, mean, average, and the likes. So I tried to troubleshoot it, and I think I found some things. I'm going to cancel this. First, let's go back to our data. Okay. So apparently, there's something wrong with this colon from the original data. Actually, when you get data, most of the time it comes with inconsistencies. It comes with the wrong data type. It's your responsibility as an analyst to get that done. So I'll zoom in a bit. We can see we didn't clean this, but we can clean this here. So let's check. Let's see if Excel is telling us the truth about this column. So the first test would be to change it to number formatting. Okay. So I'm going to highlight this entire column and change everything to number. Okay. All right. No, before we do that, I think it's better to go with this approach. So just to check if all of these values here are numeric in nature, because Excel sees it now as a text string. So what I'm going to do would be to, let me increase this. I'll include another column. I'll click on this and say insert table column to the right. So this is what I want to do. I'll just call this checks. This isn't part of the tutorials, but just because we ran into that issue, would gain one or two things from it. So I'm going to use the function isNumber. isNumber checks whether a value is a number and returns true or false. So that means if we impute any parameter here, any number here, it's going to check if it's a number. If it's a number, it will return true. That's correct. But if it's not a number, it will return false. So I'll click on tab and I'm going to reference my revenue here. Okay, you can see I'm going to close it. Click on enter. So we have false and true, which means a mix-up of both numeric values and string data type. So numeric data type and string data type. So let's filter for. So that means something is wrong. This colon is wrongly formatted. So I would check for those that are true. So I'll just filter for those that are true. Click on yes. All right. So we filter for only the true values. Let's see then. Okay. See our revenue. So we have only numbers that contains whole numbers, no decimal point here. So revenue, same thing with unit price. So definitely, if we try to sum unit price up, it will return an error. So these columns are wrongly formatted. Now let's quickly check for false alone and see which of the number is giving us an issue. Okay, we can see revenue here. You can see, so all of the number that contains decimal points, Excel sees it as text. I don't know why. So the data is quite messy, but that's not the problem. Remember, the phases of data analysis is first of all, defining your objectives, then getting the data to answer those business questions, and then next is cleaning, processing it, transforming it. So you should expect this most of the time. So good. So the next thing we'll be doing is to since we know where the problem is, we want to format everything back to numeric form. I'll select all. Let's have it. We will have it. So I tried several methods, but it didn't work. And I'll just show you how to do it. So I'll click here. I'll click here and come on. The normal thing you want to do is, first thing you want to do is to change it to numeric here, but you can see everything is appearing as revenue. So it's appearing as text. So even if I change it to revenue, it still wouldn't work. It's not effective because this is a problem that has to be solved from the root itself. So we tried that and it didn't work. The next possible attempt to solve it would be to use text to column. Right? Text to column. So let's try text to column. I'll go to my data tab. While it's highlighted, I'll click on text to column. Then leave it on delimited and check all the tabs. Click on next. And we'll leave it as general. So general, it says, look at this right up here. It says general converts numeric values to numbers, date values to dates, and the remaining values to text. So by default, the work of the text to column feature helps us convert numeric values to number, and then any other one remaining to text. So let's see if this works. Click on finish. Okay. So this This works. All right. So we have everything as true. Okay. So another way to do this would be to use the value function. So let's use the value function for unit price too. Let's see if that will work. Sometimes you have to use a combination of two or more. Let me click on it. Let me add another column. Two or more functions. Okay. So I'll say value. What value does? Let's look at it. It says value converts a text string that represents number to a number. So click on this and we highlight this. I'm just taking time to show us different approach to go about it. Click on enter. Okay, so you can see we can use either of this approach to convert it to numbers. So, but let's do a quick check. Let's see if we try to return the sum. We'll sum this up. All right, so it works. Okay, it works. So you can use any of this approach to solve this kind of problem. So when I share the data sets in the links to this YouTube tutorial, you would likely encounter the same issue depending on how your Excel is formatted, the settings on your Excel. If you don't face it, then you're good to go. If you face it, then you could reference any of these methods. Okay, but if we try to sum, this column is still having issues. You can see it over here. So another thing I found out, I just want to share too, is still under the text to colon field. So I'll click on, the text to colon feature rather. Then I'll click on next. Okay, and I'll click on advanced. Always leave it on general. General does it's like a master key. It just converts everything. All of this has specific text, date, they are specific, but general know what to do. So you might, when you see this advanced text import settings in your this dialog box, when it appears in your Excel workbook, sometimes you might not see this decimal separator. So let me just walk you through what this does. It says these are the settings used to recognize numeric data. If there's a full stop, a point, Excel sees it as a decimal separator. But if it's a comma, like this one appearing here, okay, Excel sees it as a 1000 separator. But the reason why mine was not working before was the fact that decimal separator was turned off. Nothing was there. Okay, nothing was there. That's why it returned that error to me. So in case you don't see yours, you can just impute the full stop here or the period sign here. Okay, and then you click on OK. So I would apply these two to unit price and click on finish to convert it for us. So we had it converted. So we are good to go. We have the unit price and revenue both converted to the appropriate data type. All right. So I can get rid of this two calculated fields. Click on delete. We have delete over here. And then right click on this two and then delete it. So there we go. We have sorted out already. So we can proceed back to our pivot table analysis. And let's see what that will return this time around. So I'm going to right click on this pivot table and I'll click on the table header here and add a new measure. Okay, so I'll name this total revenue. Then you'll always see an equal to sign in this DAX measure, in this measure dialog. Excel functions always start with an equal to sign, or Excel formulas, either of them. That's just the basic syntax. So if you remove it, it will return an error. So I'll just zoom in so you can see it. I'll say sum, click on tab, and click on revenue. Just type in revenue here. Revenue. Need the colon from table. I want to sum the entire thing. Click on that. Okay. So let's zoom this. So this is what we have, the sum, and then we're trying to return the aggregate of the entire column. So I'll check for DAX formula. It's still returning this error. This formula is invalid. Evaluate number to date cannot work with value of string data type. Okay. Okay, let's do something. I'll click on OK. Let me get rid of this. So let's check the pivot table analyzer. Pivot table analyze here. I think this thing has not been refreshed. So I'll say refresh all. Let's refresh everything so that it can reflect here. Okay, it's refreshing. I think we're good to go. So let's try it one more time. Add measure name, total revenue, sum, revenue, So let's check that formula. Beautiful. So we have it sorted out already. So you can see this formula has no errors. So once you get past that barrier, come over to your pivot table, analyze here, refresh it so that it can reflect on your pivot table, because they are both in different sheets. Okay. So we're good to go. I click on OK. And then you would see that this FX will appear here, total revenue. So we've created our first measure, right? Let's drag it and drop it here in our pivot table. Beautiful. So you can see that the total revenue is this amount. So I'll just quickly format this, remove these leading zeros, include the 1,000 separator, right? In currency. Okay. So this is your total revenue. In the pivot table, numeric values, you throw them into the values. Why? For the information that is expected to be in your rows are categorical variables. So you throw numeric variables here and include filters here. You can also put categorical variables in your column. All right. So I'm going to quickly highlight this again. While highlighted, I would go back to my table here, right click on it and add a new measure. All right. So this time around, what do we want to calculate? Remember, we are already defining our metrics. Okay, we want to see the values. So the next thing I would like us to define would be the total orders. So I'll type total orders here. That's the name of the measure, total orders. All right. We want to know total orders. We want to know the total amount of orders that were placed in this data. So to do that, I'm going to use the count function. The count is an aggregate function also. I'll click on count. It counts the number in a colon. So I'll click on my tab key. What are we going to count? We're going to count the order ID. We're going to use the order ID colon. The reason is because the order ID is a unique identifier for all the transactions that were made. It's just like in school settings, your registration number or your matriculation number or your fingerprint. It's a unique identifier to that record that the purchase was made. So hence we're going to use the order ID. It's better to understand. It's good to understand all of this concept. Okay. So let's check the formula is correct. I'll click on OK. I'm going to drag the total orders. You can see it over here. I'm going to drag this into. We have total orders here. Right. So let me, since it's affecting every other, let me format it as just numbers. Okay. No leading zeros. We'll come back to format them later. All right. So while highlighted again, I'm just going to add a new measure. We want to know the total numbers of pizza types there. So I'll say pizza types. Now, which function I'm going to use? We also want to count them, the unique pizza types that this company offers. Right? How many unique products do they offer? So in that case, we will use the distinct count function. So I'll click on distinct count. It says it counts the number of distinct values in the column. Click on my tab, double click on it, or you click on your tab key, and which parameter we're going to throw into this function, which column. You want to guess. If you've understood the data very well, and now you should be able to familiarize yourself with the fields. All right, so we're going to use the pizza names. We want to know the unique pizzas that were sold. So I'll click on pizza name, double click on this. Okay, you can see it over here, distinct count pizza names. Check the DAX formula is correct. I'm going to click on OK. Okay, so I'll drag this here, and we have unique pizza type. There are 32. So this is what it means here. Let's go back to our field. The pizza names here. So if we drop this down, you see that there are 32 here. If you count them, the unique pizza names, there are 32. All right, so I'll click on OK. So I'll go back to the pivot table analysis. So the next metric we want to gauge will be the number of pizza categories. The number of pizza categories. Okay. It's not spelled. Right click this, add measure. Okay. You can say unique pizza categories. Okay, we're still going to use the distinct count. Double click this, and then we'll type pizza and see category, the first field that prompted us. Check this formula, it's okay. Distinct count, click on OK. Then we have pizza category here. We'll drag and drop it into a pivot field. Okay, let's move this and put it here. All right. So yes, another thing we'd like to look at is the total number of pizza that were sold. That's the total quantity. For example, an e-commerce store, now they want to know how many digital products they've sold or how many gadgets they've sold rather. So it's the same thing. We want to know how many quantities of pizza were ordered accumulatively in the last 1 year. So these are for this particular ID, this person ordered one quantity, one. But if we should highlight this to see 3, let's check out for 3. You notice that the order ID with 78, this person here made a purchase of 3 quantities. Okay, the person with order ID 2612 ordered 3 pizzas. So if we aggregate all of them, it will give us the total number of pizzas that were ordered. Right, so I'm quickly going to select all back, go back to the pivot table, back to the table header, add measures, and we'll call this total quantity. Okay, total quantity. So how do we do that? We use the sum function. Right, sum function. The more you do this every time, the more you get better at it. You can tab, and I'll reference that colon name, which is called quantity in our table quantity. Okay, you can use it's expecting a colon name, so you can use either this alone or in Excel. When you put your data into a table, when you're about to reference it, it is referenced in the order of this format: table name first, followed by the colon name, table name followed by the field name. All right, so you can use any of these. If you see me, I'm interchanging both of them. Let's use this. Double click on it and we'll close it. Zoom. Let's zoom in a bit. Check for DAX format. So it's correct. I'll click on OK. Then I'm going to drag and drop this here. Gradually, we're building our metrics. These are metrics that we can use to describe what's happening in our data set for reporting levels. All right. So the last KPI we'd look at would be the average order values. These are important KPIs. Sorry, these are important metrics. But we've not yet looked at KPIs. These are important metrics. And let's quickly derive average order value. Average order value is AOV. So while this is also highlighted, I'm quickly going to right click this, add measure, and we'll call this average order value. Average order value. How are we going to calculate this? We're going to use the average function. So I'll say average. Now it returns the average arithmetic means of all the numbers in a column. So what column are we returning? I'll click on my tab key. The unit price is the column we're going to use. Unit price. So I'll click on unit price, and I'll click on any of them. Double click on this. Close it. So you can see it here. This is how it looks like. Check for formula. All right, we're good. Click on OK. Let's see what we have here. Average order value. I'm going to drop this here. Oh. All right, so these are average order value. Let me leave this in 2 decimal places. Beautiful. So I have an average order value of $16. Let's format this, give it to currency. All right. So we can. Okay. Format this too. So this is what we have. Okay, so we now have all our metrics. What's the average order value? So the average order value is the amount of money a customer spends each time they place an order. How is this important to our analysis? Okay, so it tells us how much customers typically spend anytime they make purchase. So it helps us to know whether our pricing strategy is effective if you are going in-depth analysis, and it's also a revenue growth driver, right? So we know this is what average means. This is what likely. This is the average. This amount the customer is likely to spend from the other patterns we've seen for each unique customers. All right, so this is it with the metrics, and I think we are good to go. Let's check if there's any other thing. So the next thing we'll do is to, because these values are big values, so we'd like to format them using custom formatting. That we can, let me show what I want to do. Just format it to make them whenever we see a value of thousands, we just simply put K to indicate thousands. It's in millions. Use M to indicate it's in millions or not. So while this is highlighted, I'm going to come over to Home, and over here, this drop down here, I'll click on number format. So I don't want to use the general formatting. I want to use custom formatting. These are the codes for custom formatting. So this is a sample of what's showing us. So I've used one already. Let me try to pull that up. Okay, I haven't used it here before. Let me check for it here. Okay, so let me quickly copy this, and I'm going to include it here. Right, so basically it's quite small. You might not be able to, I don't think I can scroll in or zoom out rather. So what this does is that, let me quickly work. If it sees a number greater than 1 million or equal to 1 million, in the range of 1 million, it formats it to be a million. So instead of having that leading zeros, we just impute M to indicate millions, and then also format it with the dollar symbol here, as you can see. Then if the number is greater than or equal to 1,000, it's in the range of thousands, it formats it to be K. So this is custom formatting. When you hear the word custom, it's made to tailor what you want. It's not general formatting, right? So quickly I'll click on OK. Oops. I just use what's okay. Let me see if this works here. Let me format it again. Go to Home. Okay, let me use the other one for this. This one has no dollar symbol in front of it, so we don't need dollars here. We just need to convert it to what we want. This is the sample. $0.49K. Is it giving us this? Let me check here. So what could be the problem? Let me click on File, go to my options, Advanced, use system separators. Let me see this. That affected this. I'll go back to undo what I just did. Advanced. I'll check this as it was, as I left it in the format, in the original format. Click on OK. So there's a problem with the custom formatting also. Okay. So it's correct actually. Alright, so we're back on track. This is what I actually wanted. So those formattings are correct, just that there was a mix-up somewhere. Alright, so I just included the leading zeros, and then the total orders, I needed it to format it into this format, 48.62 thousand orders, and then total revenue 817,000. I think we still have a little issue here. Okay, beautiful. All right, $817,000. All right. So that's all for our KPI metrics. Now that we've been able to define what our metrics are, the next phase of the analysis will be to define what our key performance indicators are, which is KPI. That's short for abbreviation. Right. So what's a KPI, key performance indicator? So a KPI is a metric that has been elevated and taken a step further to track progress and performance. So let me just write the performance indicator here. Okay, write everything. Make this bold. Okay. All right, so like I said, a key performance indicator is a metric, but this time around has been elevated and taken a step further to track progress and performance. So a metric only becomes a KPI when it is either tied to a business goal, it is used to judge performance, or it triggers decision on the next possible actions. Right. So in essence, a KPI is answer questions like, are we doing well or not in the business? Right. So if you look at our business document here, you can see that we've been answering questions like, what's happening, what is total revenue, total orders, and quantity. All of these are metrics. It answers the question what, how much, but it doesn't really give the analysis much context. Right. It doesn't tell us whether we're performing or not. But we're taking it a step further now, answering questions like, why is it happening? All right. So is revenue driven by high priced pizza or high volume? So that question. So it answers key driver questions. What's influencing the total revenue generated? What's influencing the total orders placed? So those are now KPIs. It's helping us now judge the performance or the objective of the analysis. Okay. So it's something like this. Let me walk you through this. So this is an excerpt of a slide I made in the previous webinar I hosted. I said a data analyst turns data into insights. Okay, so first of all, we define metrics. It answers questions like what is happening, and then we don't just end at that. We look at the root causes, okay, and answer questions like why before we begin to give recommendations. So that's just the workflow of what a data analyst does, from data to insight and then to recommendation. So let's look at some KPIs. Okay, so the first use of KPI is to always judge comparisons. Right, that's what I use KPIs to do in my analysis. It's used to gauge comparison, and comparison has to do with looking at two things. All right, so it's used to gauge, for example, past performance and benchmarks. Okay, so if last month the business made $40 and currently this month business makes $60, so we can say that's growth. So we've just used key performance to judge progress or to judge performance in the business. But if, let's say, we have a target of $80 for next month, and when that month reaches, we make $100, that's 20% increment, or 20% increment. So we can now say we overperformed. So because of comparison, we've been able to identify performance, right? And then we can also use KPIs to show trends, and when we see these things, we know the consequence, the next line of action to take. All right. So the simplest way to remember the difference between KPIs and metrics is that all KPIs are metrics, but not all metrics are KPIs. Right. So the first KPI we'll be looking at will be to calculate the previous quarter sales. So we want to see the difference between the previous sales we made for different quarters. So let me copy this. I'll copy this KPI, this metric here, and then I'll put it here. Paste. This is what we have. So I'll remove all of these values here. Just drag and drop it away, or you right click it. Sorry, you left click it and remove field. So we are left with a blank pivot table. Okay. So now I want to see the performance, the revenue generated based on quarters. So I want to make comparison. Remember, one of the uses of KPIs to show comparison. So I'll quickly go to my calendar table here, click on more fields, and drag in my quarter. So I'll drag it to the row. Yeah, so we have quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. So the reason why I'm using quarter here is because the data set spans across just 1 year. The data collected spans across 1 year. So we can't see comparison between different years. If it was a larger data set that the data was collected across several years, we would have been able to do year over year calculation. But this time around, I'm going to do quarter over quarter calculation, because after year, the next date hierarchy, it's your quarter followed by month, followed by weeks, then days. Right. So now I want to see this total revenue generated. So I want to see the total revenue generated for each quarters. Okay. So I'm going to drag in. I'll go to my table, the main table, and then drag in total is revenue. So I'll drag in revenue here. So you can see this is the sum of the revenue. So it has given us the breakdown. Remember, the total revenue is $817,000. So this is the same thing here, $817,000. Okay. So just quickly format this. I'll right click. So I'll highlight it, go to home, and then I'll click on format printer. Let me just read it through. It says what the use of format printer is that it looks like the look of a particular selection. You can apply the look to other content, right? So I want to carry this formatting here, or this custom formatting we did here to this. So I'll click on it, format printer, and then I would highlight everything here. Okay, so we formatted it the same way, right? So the next thing I want to do is to know the difference between quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. So to do that, I would apply a DAX measure here. So I'll right click this and I'll click on add measure. All right, so this is what I want to do. This measure, I'll call it, let's call it the previous quarter sales. Sorry, not sales. Let me use revenue so that it will be consistent. Revenue, previous quarter revenue. Okay, and what I want to do here, let me zoom in. What I want to do here will be to use a filter function. Remember, there are different kinds of functions: aggregate functions, filter functions. We have lookup functions. We have several functions. So this is a filter function. Calculates, it evaluates an expression in a context modified by filters. So this might be a beginner watching this. This might be a bit advanced, but if I will try to explain it. However, this tutorial is not it's tailored to beginners too and intermediate, but I'll be dropping some quite advanced things that will inspire you to learn more and practice. So calculate, I'll click on the tab key, and then the first parameter it's requesting of me is to include an expression. Most of the time, this expression is always a measure that has been calculated before, a scalar value, an aggregated value. Okay, about 98% of the time, except for more advanced concept you want to do. So this, I want to filter the measure we've created, total revenue. We've created our total revenue. So I'll click on total revenue. Look at the measure here. Look at this function here, the measure. So I'll double click it, and then I'll impute my commas and prompt him to include the filter. How do I want to filter this total revenue? So we made total revenue of $817,000, but we want to filter it. We want to slice it by quarters. All right. So we want to see the revenue generated by quarters. So I'm going to use the time intelligence here, the function which is called previous quarter. If we're using the year, look at all the time intelligence functions here: previous day, previous month, previous quarter, previous year. So this time around, since we're working with quarter, I'll click on quarter double times. Okay, and it's prompting me to put in the date. So I'm going to drag in my date field from my date table. That's what makes it dynamic. So I'll say calendar. The name of my table is calendar. So look at it, calendar date. Okay, so I'm going to click on it, double click it, and I'll close my parentheses back. You can see I've put in the measure here, total revenue here, then the filter context here, then the filter I want to apply. Filter this total revenue by dates, by previous quarters. All right, so we'll check if this DAX formula is correct. This formula is invalid or incomplete. So how many? Let's troubleshoot this quickly. I open the bracket here. Okay, so I've not fully closed the bracket, so I'm going to add another bracket here. I open two brackets, so I need to close it twice. So you see the formula has no errors now. So I'll commit this and click on OK. Okay, so come over to the table here. You can see that we've created another expression here, not another measure here. Right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'll drag this and drop it into the fields, value fields, and this is exactly what I want. So it's showing me the previous revenue, the previous quarter revenue. So if you want to confirm this, you'll see that the difference between this is quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3. Okay, so if you want to calculate this or you want to confirm this, you see that the difference between quarter 2 and quarter 1 is 205, and the difference between these two is $208 that we made. All right, so This is just showing us the difference. In quarter 2, we made, sorry, in quarter 1, we made $205,000. Then in quarter 2, we made $208,000. Quarter 3, 205, quarter 4, $119,000. So what this does is that it's showing us the previous quarter revenue. Okay, I want to get the percentage increment to show us the difference. So nothing will be here, right? So that's what it's doing here now. So the next thing will be to look at the percentage increment. So we want to see the percentage difference between quarter 1 and quarter 2, between quarter 2, quarter 3 and quarter 4. That's why I created this calculated field here. So to do that, I'm still going to click on this and add a new measure. So I want to name this measure. What will I name this measure? You can say quarter over quarter percentage change. Okay, so zoom in. So now this is it. The same way you would want to calculate in your arithmetic or maths to know the percentage difference between last month. Let's say you made $100 this month, and next month you made $120. So there's a 20% increment. If you want to calculate that in maths, how are you going to do that? You're going to use the divide operation. So here I'm going to use the divide function. Divide. All right, divide. So it says safe divide function with ability to handle divide by 0. I'm going to click on it. So it's with the same way. Imagine we made $100 this month, and next month we're making 120. That's 20% increment. So how do we get that in percentage? So now we're going to do this for the total revenue. We want to see the percentage increment for each quarter. So the numerator here would be my total revenue measure. Okay, look at it. Total revenue. So I'm going to double click on this. So that's going to be the numerator. Then what's going to be in the denominator will be not denominator yet. We won't commit that yet. So if you want to know the percentage difference, you subtract the current revenue minus the previous revenue. So I'll click on, still on the numerator, I'll include minus here, and I will say previous quarter revenue. That's the reason I calculated this initial step. You can see how it's making sense now. So picture, just write on paper, total revenue, that's current revenue minus previous quarter revenue all over, which is going to be the denominator now. Include the my comma here, and it prompts me to put the denominator. The denominator will be the previous quarter 2. It's just basic maths here, but we're applying it in DAX functions. So I'll click on previous quarter revenue. All right, then I'm going to close this. All right, so we have the numerator, we have the denominator. Let me zoom this in so you can see numerator, denominator. Now we've closed this function. Then I'll put I think that's all. It's going to appear in percentage. Okay, let's check this formula. It's correct, so let's commit it. So now we've committed it. We see it here. Let's drag and drop it here. 0.1. Let me check this again. I'll right click on it, edit measure. Let me see if it's correct. Total revenue minus total revenue divided by. Okay, so let's quickly format this. So I'm supposed to get percentage. I'll go to, let's format it as percentage. All right, so this is it. So yes, this is it correctly. So we got that. It gave us the answers in decimal form, but now we formatted it as percentage. So here's the breakdown. We can see that we made $205,000 in quarter 1. Now, how is this a KPI? We are using what we want to see the improvement. We're judging improvement, or we're judging performance rather. So if we made $205,000 in quarter 1, and then in quarter 2 we're making $208,000, so you know that's an increment, right? So it has captured it here now. That means we made 1.47% increment. Well, if you look at quarter 2 and compare it with quarter 3, there's a decrement here. There's a decrease from 208 to 205. So that we're expecting a minus. So the change in value of the quarter over quarter percentage change resulted in minus 1.61. And then it further decreased minus 2.87. So you see, now this is a key performance indicator because it's knowing whether we are doing well or not in the business. But compared to the metrics, the numbers are just there. It doesn't give us much analytical value yet. All right. Unlike the key performance indicator that tells us whether we're doing well or not. So the reason I created the previous quarter revenue is to be able to calculate the percentage change and install that in the divide function. All right. So one more thing I want to do here is to highlight this using conditional formatting. It just helps us, spot patterns. So I'll click on color scales and do this. So you can see, so I don't have to stress my eyes by merely looking at the numbers. Green indicates good. The yellow indicates it's fair enough, and then the red indicates it's not good, right? So you apply conditional formatting based on the situation you have, right? So this is not a tutorial for teaching conditional formatting, but just to check this thing. So we can see that there's a decrease steadily across the quarter change. Okay, so we can use conditional formatting for this too or this. So now, what information can we draw here? This is where we're analyzing the data proper. So I would like to comment and see. So it's obvious. Let me bring in, go to home. I'll click on, insert. Let me bring in a text box. So this is what I do. You could adopt this to when analyzing. I'll click on text box and just, highlight it over here. This is a text box I have here. So I want to write. So I'll just say, you can see that total revenue decreased quarter over quarter. It's obvious. So here I can just say total revenue, decreased quarter over quarter. Okay, quarter over quarter. So I'm documenting what I've seen here with the highest growth increase in revenue. Okay, I'll say with the highest growth in revenue and quarter over quarter percentage change occurring in quarter 2 respectively. Okay, so the total revenue decreased quarter over quarter with the highest growth in revenue and quarter over quarter change occurring in quarter 2 respectively. So we had the highest growth in revenue, all right, highest growth in revenue and quarter over quarter change, all right, appearing where in quarter 2 revenue respectively. So highest appeared here in quarter 2, that's the quarter over quarter change, and the highest growth also appeared to it. So you see how we've just reported this, but there's still something missing. Okay, if you've been following me closely across some of the posts I've been making recently, I said that when you report like this, it's still descriptive in nature, right? So it only answers what happened and nothing else. So hence, there's still much analytical value we can derive from here. Okay, so it answers what happened, but we've not answered why it happened. Why did revenue? That's what makes you stand out as an analyst, right? So we're still answering what had happened. Yes, we saw that there's a decrease. What led to the decrease? Okay, what led to the decrease? So I can further, write here. So just put this in comments. So this is still, descriptive. All right, reporting. Why? Because it only answers what happened and nothing else yet. Okay, so hence there's still much value. Hence, so the other ones we'll just walk through them. There's still much analytical value left. Okay, so just right. So let's proceed now. So the next thing we want to do is to analyze this KPI. Okay, so let's break it down. Why did revenue change? This is where the analysis begins proper. Why did revenue change? All right, what can likely, this is where your domain knowledge come in. You have to make inference from the data. Why did revenue change? So I'll just walk you through the analytical framework for a sales data set like this. This is unique to different kinds of data you'll be working with. But why did revenue change? Now, one of the influencers of revenue is most likely numbers of orders being placed. So if you're selling a product worth $20 and numbers of orders placed for that product is 10. So 20 times 10, that's $200 being made. So revenue has increased. So one of the influencers of revenue is orders placed and average order value. Remember, we define what average order value is the amount of money a customer spends. It tells us how much customers typically spend on a product. So that's one of the drivers of revenue. All right, that's one of the drivers of revenue. So I'll quickly do that. Let me zoom out a bit. So one of the drivers of revenue is orders and average order value. So let's analyze it. I'm going to add 2 more pivot tables here. Let me just drop this here. I'm going to add 2 more pivot tables. So I'll copy this. I'll come here. I'll copy this. Control C. Copy this pivot table. Okay, and paste it here. Okay, no, let me paste it here instead. Okay, there's something I want to do. Let's paste it here. Okay. So I don't need all of this. I'll remove. Okay, I'll remove some. I remove this. I remove this. We are left with just quarter alone. Now we want to see, since the influencers of revenue is in orders, the amount of orders placed. Let's examine the amount of orders placed for each month. Okay, so I'll come to my table here. How are we going to determine that number of orders placed? So we'll take you back to the data set. To know the amount of order, we're going to use order ID. All right. So order ID is a unique identifier that identifies a particular transaction. So it's just like an identifier. So we want to see the number of orders placed. To do that, we'll use the order ID, because the person with order ID 2, for example, here, as you can see, placed order how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if it appears again, but let's filter for just 2 and be sure. Okay, let's filter for what's going on. Okay, let's filter for only 2. So you can see the person with order ID 2, he made 5 purchases, and let's see the quantity, ordered just 5 pizzas in the data set. So this could be in different months or in the same month, as you can see here. Okay, so we want to now aggregate every order to know how many of them. Select all. Why is this thing? All right, so we'll go back to our pivot analysis. Then we'll use the order ID now, so that you won't be confused on the fields we'll be dropping in. Okay, so this is a wrong calculation, but we'll format this. I'm going to click on left click on it, go to value field setting. Now it's showing us sum. I don't want it to sum, I want it to count. All right, I want it to count. I'm not saying sum all of them. That's the wrong measure calculation we'll be doing. So I'll change it to count of ID, and then to give us this. Now we'll format it. We don't need dollars. We just need, it's taking the main format we give to the first pivot table. So I'll keep it as number instead. Oh no. Okay, and I'll remove leading zeros. If I could use this format instead, I'll go back, highlight this, click on format enter, right, and format it here. Now we have this. Okay, beautiful. So let's answer the question why. I'm going to click on home again, and I'll use my conditional format, use these color schemes, these 3 colors here. Now we have this. So you can see that. Let me give you time, just a second to analyze this. Remember, we've described what has happened. Now we're trying to take this analysis a step further to know why it happened. Okay, so you can see that in quarter 1 we had 12.23 thousand sales count of orders that were placed, and then in quarter 2 there was an increment, and then it decreased again in quarter 3, and then it decreased in quarter 4. So now we're trying to compare, did orders increase? And it's obvious it increased. So what can likely change the revenue? What contributed to this? So we can see that in quarter 2, the reason why we have an increment here is because in quarter 2 there was a surge in the count of order IDs, transactions that were made. So remember, what are the drivers of revenue? It is what orders placed, the total amount of orders placed on a product that generates that amount of revenue. And then we can say the reason for this decrement can likely be the reduction in the orders placed, because the lower orders people placed, the lower your revenue becomes. All right, most of the time, might not be all the time, except they are ordering premium products. All right, so and then we can also say that, or you can infer that the reason for the reduction, further reduction in this revenue here, can likely be to the reduction in orders that was placed here. Okay, so now you see how it's all adding up. Okay, it's all adding up. So let's look at the other factor or influencer of percentage change in total revenue. So I'm going to copy this again, copy this pivot table, and put it over here. For you to be able to create another pivot table in this sheet, you have to copy a previous pivot table and then paste it. So I'll click on my escape key. Then I want to see the average order value. So I'll take this away and go to my table. Use let's see, we can use the average order. Okay, so you can see the average order value here. So let's quickly have. Oh, sorry, I double click on that. So I'll delete this sheet. So I'm going to highlight this. Now I'm going to change the color formatting here, conditional formatting. Still on color scale, but I'm going to use this, and I'll tell you why. Green white scale. Remember, this is not a tutorial for teaching all of this in depth. Okay, so the reason I'm using this now is because I'm using just a one shade color or two, green and white, because the difference in the values are not that much, unlike this, for me to make them stand out strongly. So I'm using just two colors because they're relatively close. These are rules to conditional formatting. You don't just throw colors anyhow. The colors denote meaning. The colors should tell a story. All right, so quarter two, there's not much difference in between quarter one and quarter two, just some decimals difference, and then there was a further decrease in quarter three, or quarter 3 and 4 remain steady. All right, so we can see that in quarter two now, our concern is just this quarter two. What caused this increment? So we can see it's likely because of count of orders that were placed for that particular quarter, and then also because of quarter two, the average order values. All right, it's increased too. So these are likely factors or influencers. All right, so I'm just going to make this a bit, speed this up. So I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here. Right. Let me write something here. As I say, just to have a clear roadmap, what I mean, the revenue growth in the revenue growth of, what did we have there again? I think 1.47 percentage in quarter two. You can see it was driven by what now? How are we going to frame this? It was driven primarily by an increase in order volume. Okay, while average order value remain relatively stable. So this is how you just document it. Okay, this is how you just document it. So you can see that revenue growth of 1.47% in quarter two was driven. Now we didn't just state what happened. Now we are saying why it happened. It was driven primarily by an increase in order volume. We call this order volume 2, while average order value remained relatively stable. Right. So what we've just done now, we've been able to transform data to knowledge. Now we don't just know that total revenue decreased quarter over quarter here. Okay, but now we have more knowledge about it. So we've just moved from the description here to knowledge. We've transformed it, though it's still descriptive, but then it gives us more insight. It can, remember I said that the use of KPIs is to show judgment or performance, track performance, or progress, and then it tells us the consequence. So with this now, we can know the next informed action to take. All right, so this was primarily driven by an increase in order value, while average order remained the same. Okay, so let me just comment on that here to say we just transformed data to knowledge. Very important. This should always be the aim of your analysis. Okay, so I'll leave this here and throw it somewhere around it. All right, so I hope that sticks with you. All right, so the next thing now we want to do is to we want to identify the drivers of this revenue. We're still looking at this revenue. This will be the bulk of what the project will be about. This is where analysis comes in. So we've answered why this happens, the revenue change over time like this. So we want to identify drivers, root causes. So what is a driver? A driver is a thing that's changed enough to move your KPI. All right, it's a thing that changes enough. What can change in the data or in the business to drive or to change these numbers from 1.47 to, let's say, 0.9? What has that capacity to change? All right, so we'll be performing diagnostic analysis, which focuses on identifying the real or the root causes by identifying the 5 whys. That's just like a template or I call it a principle, or a major technique rather in diagnostic analysis. You ask why 5 times. You are trying to dive into the root cause. Right. So we're going to break down some more pivot tables to find out the root cause for this percentage change in revenue over the quarters by delving deep into the pizza categories, the revenues generated from pizza size sales, revenue generated based on time of day. We use our time intelligence calculations, and then revenue. We'll just ask questions based on these categories, weekend and weekdays. Right. So the question here is not what else can we calculate? No, there are a lot of things we can calculate here, but that's not the question. All right. What we are trying to do is to explain the change we saw in these previous steps. We're still trying to explain the change we saw in these previous steps. All right. So that's just what we are trying to do. So I'll come over here and write, root causes. All right. Identifying drivers. Identifying drivers. All right. So I'll close this up. I'll highlight all of them and make them bold just for presentation. Then here, the first driver breakdown will be revenue breakdown. So I'll write revenue breakdown. Okay. Let's look at pizza category. Pizza category. Okay. Okay. Oh. All right. So let's do this here. I'll copy this and I'll put it here. Right. So this time around, this is what we have in our pivot table. So I'm going to remove all of this. Remove this also. So we're left with just quarter. So we want to break down the revenue in quarters by pizza category. So come over here and then I will drag in my pizza category. Where is it? Pizza category. Here. Okay, I think I'm going to remove water instead. All right, so pizza category. So what should be my value? Should be the revenue, sum of the revenue. Okay. And then I'll go to my date calendar table and drag in the quarter. Okay. Put it in columns. This is what we have. All right, so you can see it has broken down clearly the revenue generated. Everything sums up to 817,000, which is the grand total. But it has broken it down for us based on. So I'm going to quickly highlight this based on revenue generated for each. Use my conditional formatting here. Color skills. Okay, no, I don't want to use this. Instead, I'm just something I want to point out here. So okay, delete this. So I'll just highlight this below. I want you to see. All right, so this is what we have: 195, and then okay. So I'm trying to read the data. So what you should do here is to read the data. So you can see that chicken revenue that was generated is 195. The highest is classic. All right, followed by Air Supreme. And then the list is veggies. Okay, the list is veggies. So we're trying to identify the drivers for that. What it means that what product did we sell what products changed, what revenue generated by product that influenced this increment here in quarter 2. Of course, we can't just arrive at 1.47% increment if we don't sell products. So which product contributed to this increment, right? So that's what we're trying to break down. But it's not yet clear. However, we'll take it a step further, right? So okay, let me paint a mental picture here. Very important. So primarily, revenue only changes because of 3 things. There are other things too, depending on the industry. But for this pizza category now, I'm trying to just apply domain knowledge here and my personal inference. So what are the 3 things? What people bought? Of course, it's pizza they're buying, and it's either under any category. It follows under chicken category or veggie, or not just category, size. Okay, so that's what people are buying. They're not just buying the pizza, they're not just buying this particular chocolate, they're buying the size of it. Okay, then the other thing is when they bought it. That has to answer the question as like time. What time did they buy it? Okay, and the third is how much value was spent on it. So those are the 3 things that can push revenue up or down. All right, so we're finding out which category actually moved the revenue here. I hope that's clear enough. Okay, so the next thing I want to do, we can see that Classic is giving us this sign that it's part of the reason why revenue generated here. But just to confirm that, or to beef that up, to add to it, I'm going to copy this again. Okay, I want to see it not just based on revenue. I want to see it based on how do I want to see this now? Okay, so let's change this to percentage. Okay, I want to see the percentage increment, not just the revenue. Revenue still giving us the raw values. So I'm going to come to my sum of revenue here, click on this and click on value field setting. Then it's currently it's under summarized value by. All right, so I want to change this to it's summarizing by the sum. That's why everything is aggregated for each revenue by quarter. But I want to show it as values here. So I'm going to say show values as no calculation. Show values as percentage of colon total. I'll tell you, let me click this and I'll show you what it means. Click on OK. Beautiful. So this is what we have. So when I said show values by percentage of colon total, so now it gave us the colon total here. You can see this is the same pivot table I copied and pasted here. So it's showing here, what's showing us is the grand total for each revenue in its raw form. That's the total revenue generated. But here I'm saying show it as percentage. I like using percentage because it drills down deeper into the data to get more insights. Right, so you can see that in percentage, which is a better way to gauge revenue outcome, we see that Classic 2 has the highest number of percentage. So this explains the increments also found in quarter 2. All right. So I think it's safe to say that the Classic Pizza increased company's revenue share quarter over quarter. All right. So I'm just going to copy this again. I like this. Control C or Control V. So most of the time I do this just to document my thought processes. It will help me when I'm reporting via my dashboard or written report. So it's safe to say here that Classic, you can see how we're moving forward in the analysis. Classic Pizza, okay, increased companies revenue share. Okay, how quarter over quarter. Okay, you can see quarter over quarter. That's just like short form. Quarter over quarter. Right, so now this still descriptive. You understand? It's not giving us more value. So I would move further to say indicating most likely. Okay, so we're just trying to make inference, indicating a shift in customers. Guess what? Customers' preference. All right, preference. So here now we've still moved by transforming. We've moved from data to knowledge too. It applies here. So we don't just know that Classic Pizza increased company's revenue share. All right, but then how does this imply? What does it imply to the business? How can we make decisions based on this? So indicating a shift in customers' preference. So most people, they like Classic Pizza. So we can further ask, why do they like Classic Pizza? Why are they purchasing Classic Pizza? All right, so this has to do with still root causes. Right? And could it be the ingredients we're using? Could it be the pricing strategy? Is it sensitive? Is it affordability? All right, or does it come into the market seasonally? Like there are companies that do that. They withdraw some products for like months, years, let's say 1 year of that, and then after a while they introduce into the market again. that creates utility. It's an economic term, right? So sometimes people get tired of particular product, so they retrieve it, and then when it's coming into the market again, it comes with this uniqueness again. It's like, we missed this product. Oh, let's try it out. So it's just trying to recall the word to use, but it has to do with psychological effects, right? Psychological effects too. When you've not seen something for a long time, you might likely want to partake of it again. All right. So these are just marketing strategies too. So all of this, if you want to go dive deeper into this, we might not finish up the story, but because of time, that this video is not too lengthy, but I'm just trying to chunk in and put in as much value into the analysis. All right, so that's it. We can further dive deeper into the revenue generated by category. Let's see it. Let's just do that one more time. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste here, and then while this is highlighted, always highlight the pivot table to be able to make some changes. So I don't just want to see it based on columns percentage now. All right, how do I want to see it again? I'll left click on this, go to value field setting. I say show values now, not just as column percentage total, but that's percentage difference. Yes, percentage difference from what I'm going to explain now. So my base field here is going to be my quarter. I want to see the percentage difference based on quarter. Now, what's the base item? The base item, I want to see it based on the previous quarter. Yes. Now click on OK. Oh, this is just breaking in. Happens. So you just come here and so I want to see percentage difference. It's the same thing we did here. Got it? The percentage difference over here. All right. This is going to open up again. I'm going to delete it again. All right. So okay. Let's highlight this separately. Let me show you something. Just crossed my mind. All right. So now I forgot to add this. You can see over from classic. We didn't just find out that we didn't just judge based on the grand total. It's important to also back up your findings with in-depth insights found based on quarter. So you can see that classic pizza increased steadily in across the quarters. Quarter 1, 26.3, and then there was an increment 27.1, 27.01 rather, 27.47, 26. So it didn't just come at the end. It was an observation we found across the year. So it's enough. It's justifiable enough to say that the classic pizza here, as described here, increased company revenue share. Okay, so just to add that, so that's how you carry out analysis, right? And then you can also see Supreme. So Supreme is also an influencer. All right. So let's move to the next thing here. So I'm going to highlight this too. All right. So what can you observe here? What can you observe? Now you might be tempted to just look at only the positive side of things, right? Where the business is doing well. But if you are someone who is really run a business, or you are very intentional about building your business, you won't just look at the wins alone. You would also take a look at the losses too, where you're not performing well, more like the weaknesses, SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, and what's that T again for? So you would observe that in quarter 2, let's look at the strength first of all. You can see that in quarter 2, there's a growth here, a percentage increment. I mean, in quarter 2. Now, the reason why we're not seeing anything in quarter 1 is because we're doing percentage difference, right? So there won't be any percentage difference in the first quarter. Calculates and shows you when there's nothing. You can't have a percentage difference in quarter 1 because you're not comparing quarter 1 with anything. There's no quarter 0. So your percentage difference starts from quarter 2. So the pivot table looks at quarter 1 and quarter 2, calculates the difference and shows you the difference in quarter 2. Just like saying we made $100 in quarter 1 and in quarter 2 we're making $120. So the percentage difference, increment or decrement, would be 20%, but that should be captured in quarter 2 because it's in quarter 2 that we saw an increment. So that's why it's blank. So that you're not asking why or confused rather. So we can see that in quarter 1 chicken, in quarter 2 rather, there's a 0.6% increment, if that's an increment or decrease depending on what you're defining, positive and negative. So in quarter 2, classic revenue grew by 4.08%. Likewise, Supreme 4.02. Okay, so there are strong drivers here. So what this suggests is like I can say a strong demand for non-veggies pizza. Yeah, non-veggies pizza. So I'm just trying to make inference from this. We only have one category of veggie pizza, and the remaining three can classify them as non-veggies. So we can say it's a strong pull for demand in strong veggies pizza. Right. So I'm just trying to stack. I'm trying to stack all of this insight together. It will all make sense as I sum them up. So just we'll look at the losses too. Let me copy and paste this. Yeah. So we can see quarter over quarter. Revenue. Okay, quarter over quarter revenue grew by how many percent? Let's see. Grew by 4.0. That's a huge one. As another source of concern, 4.08 percentage. Okay, and 4.02 percentage increment in quarter two. Quarter two has a lot of explanation to give, honestly. So we're not just going to end there. What was it driven by, right? It was driven, so you can say driven mainly by classic and supreme, right? Supreme, okay. Supreme respectively. So let's transform this to knowledge. This suggests what? This suggests strong, let's say strong demand for non-veggies. It's a category. Okay. Right. So I think this is good enough. Okay. So we see how we are adding things up. All right. So we're not just leaving it at descriptive analysis alone. Okay. So we've been able to what's the word now? We've been able to look at the breakdown based on category. Why? Remember, we're still on this. What are the drivers of this? These are first KPI we're looking at. All right. So let's see if we can have another. Let's look at another category breakdown. So we've looked at pizza category. Let's look at what's also influencing that percentage change in the quarters as observed here. So we'll move away from pizza category to pizza size. All right. So I'll quickly just barricade here and this is color. So this time around I'll see all this revenue breakdown by pizza. How many said pizza size? I'll control. Okay. For that, let me put this as driver 2. So I just make this bold. Right. So let's move. All right. So I'm going to copy this. Ctrl C. But I'll drop it here. Ctrl V. Escape. All right. So let's look at size now. Of course, remember our rows, categorical variables. So I'm going to draw this out, take it away, take this away. All right, take it away. And then we have a blank pivot table here. Then we'll go to the main table, draw pizza size here. So we have it now. We want to segment or aggregate each pizza size by the revenue generated. So I'm going to drag in my revenue from the main table. Where is revenue? Is this correct? It says sum. All right. Then one more thing, we want to see it based on quarters. Remember, we're carrying out this quarter over quarter performance. Where is my quarter? So I'm going to go to my date table. Quarter over quarter. Where's my quarter? All right. Okay. So, so this is just this. If you want to spot out any trend or anything, you can just quickly bring in your conditional formatting, so it's easier for you to observe what's happening. You can see there's a steady decline here. All right, there's a steady decline here from from large pizza to medium to small, then to extra large. Of course, it's obvious most of the time premium products are bought less, depending on your audience. Anyways, it's not written on stone. But we can see from data set, pizza extra large size generated the least revenue, followed by extra large, then small. I'm surprised why small is averaging. Usually it's always well, depends. I was expecting maybe small revenue size to top the chart, but here we have large. So people have more preference to large and what's it called, and medium. Right. So quickly, this is not let's just see it. This is not the main thing I want to show here. So let's just see it based on, although this adds to the analysis anyway, but let's see it based on percentage change as well. So I'm going to click on value field setting, and I'll show this as, I want to see the percentage difference based on quarter. So percentage difference from, okay, the base item will be pizza size from quarter. So we want to see the percentage difference from each quarter. What's changed by quarter, since we're tying it down to the first API we're looking at. What's changed? You look at it by previous, not next. Okay, you see now this keeps changing. You have to manually adjust, except you want to auto fit it, but that might skew the presentation. Okay, so so you can see, let's take a look at the grand total. I just this grand total here. I'm trying to spot this. But let's change this to value field setting. Field value as let's see, field value as percentage colon total. There's something I'm adding up here. Hold on, let me let's look at okay, this quarter 1, this quarter 2, this quarter 3, this quarter 4. All right, so what can we infer from this now? Can we infer from this? So you can see that XXL in quarter 2 generated the highest value, all right, based on percentage. So we can see that quarter over quarter revenue growth in quarter 2 here also was driven by increased XL sales. Okay, so we're still looking at quarter 2. That's our point of analysis, but driven by sales of XL and XXL sizes of classic pizza. Remember, we derived it from classic pizza too. Okay, so again, we'll copy this, trying to document this down so that we don't end up with just pivots and no explanation to back it up. Okay, quarter over quarter, revenue growth. I wish Excel can give me autocomplete to make things faster. All right, growth was driven primarily by increased extra large and extra large classic pizza. I think this pizza is classic enough. Classic pizza sales. Okay, just to spot things so that for easy readability, I'm going to make this bold and make this bold as well. Okay, so right, we have this. Okay, I'll just put this here so that you know which pivot table we're looking at. And then let's copy this again and put it here. Now this time around, we're going to look at percentage for each total to value as percentage of colon total. Where's that? Okay. See, so this is another level. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to see when you drill deeper into your data set, you know, you likely spot patterns, likely spot findings and draw insight from it, because data, you can imagine that all of this somehow, all of this, by mere looking at this, you can't generate insights from this. This is just a flat Excel sheet. I like the saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words. That's what we see when we're building our dashboard. So imagine the level of insights found in this Excel sheet, but you can't get it by mere looking at it. So you have to now dissect, slice your data into different segment categories by weekday, by order time, by time of day, by revenue, by, see, we've worked with order ID here, we're working with quarter, so we're working with pizza category as shown here now. All right, until you drill down into the data using your pivots and other advanced techniques like that, right, you might not be able to get insight in the data. That's why I'm doing this. You can see the techniques I'm using just to imagine how I'm supposed to know by mere looking at the data set that the large size of pizza, generated the highest revenue based on percentage across the quarters. By just looking at this, we can't tell until we begin to drive deeper down. So we can see that large pizza accounted for how many percentage sales? Let's look at quarter 2. Right, so we're still looking at quarter 2. Remember, we're trying to explain this. Analysis takes time. We can decide to explain this, can decide to explain this also. Right, but just to give you a template, whenever I carry out analysis, I'm just working with quarter 2 and the revenue percentage generated. So we can see that a major driver of this sudden increment here in quarter 2, okay, is, you can tie it to this by explaining why. Remember, the root cause analysis, ask why like 5 times. That's the technique. You can ask 3 times, you can ask 4 times, depending on the level of insights you want to generate. So we can see that one of the drivers for quarter 2 is the sales in large size of pizza and sales in medium size of pizza. So if you sum this up to get 100 here, you can see that 45 plus 31 will give us about 40 plus 30, that's 70 already. So 70 plus 5, that's 75, plus 6 plus 1, that's 76 rather. So large pizza and medium pizza accounts for about 76% of the revenue share in percentage. That's a lot. So that alone explains the sudden increment in quarter 2. All right, so we'll just capture this down now. I'm going to copy this and paste it. Control C. I like this copier. Control V, Control C, Control V. Right, and I'll drag this here. So this is just me trying to explain, okay, what I'm observing. So that's why you, as a data analyst, you have a role to play in generating insights. So the pivot is helping me, but I'm the one adding context to the data. So I can see that large and medium pizzas, okay, I can just abbreviate large and medium here. Here's my first hand sign symbol. L and M. Every company has their jargons, their terminologies. Okay, so we can say it accounted for how many percentage? Accounted for about we calculated 76 just now, 76 percentage of the revenue generated. Okay, or we can just say the revenue increase rather. Okay, indicating what now? Let's say indicating what now? Okay, customers. Indicating that customers favored lower price options. Okay, lower size rather, lower size, and okay, and price, because definitely the price will reduce. Lower size and price options. Okay, I hope this. I'm just going to highlight the figures. Very important. It describes you see also in resume writing and everything. It's important to always highlight numbers too. Facts. Very important. So that's why I'm using figures across. Okay, so at least we've been able to explain the growth in revenue Q2 by using these categories. So we've broken it down by pizza category, we've broken it down by pizza size. So permit me to break it down again by time of day. Right. So remember I said that one of the influencers of revenue being generated in this kind of business, for example, is in what people buy, and that's tied to category or the pizza size or even the pizza name itself. And then the next second one is when they buy it. So we just look at what people bought, which is the category and size. Now we're about to look at when they bought it. That can also influence revenue, right? So you can say it's also cost and correlation effect. Okay, and then the last one we're looking at is how much value each order carried or each order had. So we can close this chapter here by barricading this. Okay, then the next thing would be to how do we do that? Okay, driver 2. Let's look at driver 3. Why don't I just copy this? This like Ctrl A, Ctrl C, and we're going to put it here. Ctrl A, Ctrl B. I'll call this. What am I going to call this now? Driver 3. Yes, revenue breakdown by. Let's look at time of day. Time of day. Beautiful. So we're diving down into the time series analysis. So it helps us identify behavioral timing, not just sales volume. Alright, so help us to understand that. So let's proceed. So the next thing I'm going to do will be to copy this pivot table over here and then paste it here. Okay. So press my escape key to remove that highlighter. The next thing we'll be doing is to remove this, then remove this. Okay, so the first point of contact here would be to, let's look at, before we go down to time of day, let's look at weekend. So time of day has to do with anything, time. What's time? Time has to do with the hours of the day, has to do with day of the week. That's just time series, anything that can quantify time, hours, months, day, weekend, weekdays. That was the reason why we were generating all of this. So quickly, I'm going to bring my weekday, weekend here. I want to start with that weekdays. I'll drop it here. No, not weekdays. Let me remove this. We'll get to that first, but I want to build it up. Remove this weekday, weekend rather. Beautiful. And then the next thing will be to join our revenue as usual. You know the drill by now. sum of revenue. Then we can see, yes, we can see something like this. If we want to highlight this, this is another way to carry out the analysis to highlight color scale. You can just see that most of the sales were made in weekday compared to weekday. This means something, but this is not where I'm headed to. But if you're trying out this tutorial, carrying out after this video has been uploaded, you can as well, try as much as possible to check several means to analyze your data. First step to learning says by imitation, but don't just stop there. That will limit you. You imitate first and then you explore your creativity. But I'm going to undo that now. I would include my quarter too, based on I'm calculating it by quarter as well. All right, so this is what we have. Okay, so this is what we have. This is what we have. Now I don't just want to stop here. I'm going to go to value setting and show values as percentage difference. I like using percentage difference because it gives me a deeper insight, not percentage difference from. If we let's see what percentage difference from gives us. Look at it. So it's going to skip the weekend. All right, so this is not what I want. So I will undo that and left click on this again. Value settings, show values as, move it from no calculation to percentage difference from quarter and then previous. Okay, no, this is not what I want. Okay, there's something I'm looking for here, not percentage difference. Let's make it percentage of column to house. All right, so exactly what I want. So quickly going to highlight this. Let's drive this home down. Bam, this is what we have. So you see here that revenue growth was just very, very, very highly concentrated in weekday alone, right? This means something. Customers are purchasing more on weekdays than weekend. I will drill down to find out why or what can likely be the reason, right? So I'm just going to document this here too. Ctrl C, Ctrl V. You can see revenue growth. You can see revenue growth was concentrated on weekdays, indicating stronger compared. Okay, let's use compared. This comparison analysis compared to weekends, indicating stronger repeat. And routine driven purchases. Okay. All right, so let's capture this. Capture this. These are just formatting, nothing serious. Okay. All right, so now we've been able to categorize it based on or break the revenue down by time of day. So let's proceed to the next thing. All right, so we've been able to look at the the drivers, yes, the drivers and the influencers of revenue based on category, based on pizza size, based on time of day. Okay, so the next thing we want to do, the next phase of the analysis would be to see why the customer behaved this way. So for every data point you see here, quantity 1, something is influencing it. But those people that bought 3 pizza per order or 4, something is influencing it. Right? Something is influencing that decision. So behind every number here, behind every information you can find here, there's something influencing it. Before you think of something to say, you have been influenced by something, right? Your thought process. So that's what a data analyst does. You're identifying you're not just looking at numbers. You're looking at decisions. You're looking at people's thoughts, people's behavior, the purchase patterns, the habits. All right. So when you're able to translate that to numbers or translate that into insights from numbers, then it makes your analysis stand out and it's more data driven. Right. So we'll just barricade this here too again. Right, and I'm going to say this. So the next thing we want to do here would be to identify the next thing we want to do here is to identify or know why the customer behaved this way. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly copy this, all right, and paste it here. All right, so why did customers behave this way? Okay, so why did customers behave this way? Let's take a look at it. Still on that time, I'm going to copy this, C, and then paste it here. Okay, to break this down by month, remove this. We'll come to month here. Okay, and then what are we going to have here? Let's see if we can show values as percentage. Grand total. Let's check for something else. Percentage of column total. Let's see what we can get. Or should we just leave it as sum? Let's leave it as no calculation first. Something I'm looking for. Or let me sort this. Okay, let's sort this by month. Okay, I think this is better. Alright, so I'm going to format this. Let's format this. Alright, so this is what we have. Okay, let's see if we can. Let's highlight this separately. Try and spot out something here. Just follow through. Okay, and let's do this too separately. Okay, beautiful. So we can spot out. I just want to spot out some things based on the month and then based on the quarter. All right, so we can see that let's look at this. In July, we had the highest revenue generated, followed by May, I think, 71, then followed by there was a tie in March and October. Okay, there was a tie in March and November rather. Okay, what can we spot out from here? You can see that at least for every quarter, right? For every quarter, there's a surge in revenue being generated. You can see this third quarter, this is also second quarter, and then first quarter. This has to do with seasonality and seasons within the year. All right, depending on, it's either driven by what's it called, festivities, either driven by seasonality, is driven by advertisement, is driven by, it's just time sensitivity based on the current seasonality of the phase you're in your project or as a business. So this is unique to industry. So I don't want to I don't want to speculate. I just want to generalize here. Okay, so but that's it for this. But this is what we can draw out from here. Okay, so let's quickly look at time of day. Okay, let's look at time of day first. And all of the analysis is it's cumulative. You get to see the whole picture. You get to understand data by looking at the whole picture first. So I'm going to remove this field and now bring in the time of day. Sum of revenue. We're going to leave it as sum of revenue and quarter. Okay. Time of day. Sorry, I meant weekday. Let me remove this. Okay, so this is what we have. Okay, I'm going to take off the quarter now. Now we are left with this. And then we'll highlight this. Let's see if we can put this. Let's sort it by Monday to Monday. Oh, that didn't work. Right, so this is what we have here. For Monday, Friday. So you can see that Friday, which is weekend, Saturday, which is weekend, much more sales are here, and Thursday compared to Sunday, compared to every other weekday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Right, so I'm just trying to highlight this thing so that I can tie up the insights being generated. Right, so we've been able to look at this now. What else can we spot out from here? So still on revenue by time of day, trying to understand why customers behave this way. Next thing I'll do is to copy this pivot here and drop it here as well. And I'll change it from week of day, and I will drag and drop time of day here. That's the days that we're categorized into morning, afternoon, and evening. Then I'll drag in one quarter from more fields into my column. Okay, this is what I have here. Now click on revenue field, go to value settings, and I'm going to change it from this no calculation to percentage difference from quarter. Base item will be previous. Alright, so this is what I have here. So I'll quickly highlight everything. Conditional formatting, color scales. Okay, let me undo that. Let me highlight. So I'll highlight this. Go to home, click on conditional form. Now I highlight this separately. I keep on clicking this by mistake. Alright, so I'm going to highlight this separately. There's a reason why. I want to see it differently. Alright, so here we are. So what can you observe from the sales? We have afternoon, evening, morning, and night. Right, this has to do with the time of day customers purchase. Right, so when we talk about customers' behavior and their patterns, that this is contextual reasoning, right? It's not just data slicing anymore. What are we looking at? What reward forces explains the pattern I'm seeing in the data. Okay, so this is how I do it. I walk through 4 lenses. For example, I ask about seasonality. Seasonality explains when demand naturally rises or falls, and that has to do with timing. Okay, and then pricing also explains how much customers are willing to pay for a particular product. Then habits explain repeatable behaviors. The last one is operations, right, which explains what the business enables or limits customers' behavior. So if you take a look at this now, you'd see that when we look at morning, let's take a look at morning. So morning revenue played a shifting role across the year. I'll explain what that means shortly. So if you look at it in quarter 2, morning had the highest percentage change, right? And in quarter 3, you can see a significant surge in the revenue percentage growth. But if you look at quarter 4 also, morning still played a role in the heavy decline. You can see that overall, grand total, we had an increment of 1.47% in quarter 2, and then in quarter 3, there was a decline, and then it further reduced. Now, let's connect it back to 1. Look at it here. In quarter 2, you can see there was a significant increase, and then it steadily decreased, and then there was a further decrement. So I see how we're trying to tie out everything together. So we know where the drivers are coming from. Okay, and that will aid your analysis. The same thing applied here. Quarter 2, there's an increment. Quarter 3, decrease, and quarter 4, a very deep. And morning played that role. Let's examine it more closely. So in quarter 3, okay, morning demand surged significantly here and became the strongest, positive driver here. But if you look at in quarter 4, there was a sharp contraction in morning sales there. All right, and then it cost. That's what in morning alone, morning accounts for the high amount of decrease here. Right, so we'll just document this down. You can see that there are some other factors that caused this sharp decrease. Right, so quickly, let me copy this. Ctrl C, Ctrl V, drag and drop it here. Okay, so that we can quickly document what we have here. So this is how you read your data. Okay, so let's see who can say here that morning. You can see morning revenue, all right, played a shifting role across the year. And we observe that across the year, literally from quarter 1 to quarter 2 to quarter 3 to quarter 4. Okay. So we can add also that in quarter 2, like we observed, let's point that out. In quarter 2, okay, in quarter 2, it supported overall growth with a steady improvement. Okay. Then in quarter 3, I'll write here that in Q3, morning demands surged significantly. Okay, and became the strongest positive driver. So you can see it now. It became the strongest positive driver here in quarter 3. Okay, what else can we observe? Yeah, but take a look at something now. In quarter 3, morning demands here became the strongest positive driver. But there's something that negates the positive driver here. If it became the strongest positive driver, how come are we still seeing a minus sign here? Of course, there should be an increment because here, there was a strong surge here in the amount of transactions that took place in the morning. But overall, when we look at percentage increment, it is reading minus 1.61. So what happened? Okay, we can see that of your other revenue generated in afternoon, evening, and night were really, really poor. So that's what skewed it now. So you can see, although, just to add to that, although I'm going to put this overall revenue, okay, overall revenue declined due to underperformance, right? Underperformance in other parts. Like a relay race, for example, a player can be running very well, and then when he passes the baton to the next player, the performance of the entire team reduces. Okay, so let's examine quarter 4. We can see here by quarter 4, we can see by Q4, what happened in Q4? There was a sharp contraction. Okay, you can see a sharp contraction in the morning sales. Okay, emerged. You can see that here. We're looking at the positive and strongest drivers, not just positive alone, rather also the negative influencers here. Okay, sales emerged. So let's say as a key contributor to the overall revenue climb. I say indicating a disruption in the routine driven early hours demand / let's say daily demand. Okay, so we are generating insights from the data. Let's see if we can reduce this. Okay, so let me format this properly. Oh, we don't have specified. Okay, let's do it this way. This is looking to. Alright, so just to make things stand out, I'm going to highlight this, make it bold. I'm going to highlight this, make it bold. I'm going to highlight this and make it bold too. And let's look for something like this. Make it bold. Okay. We italize it and highlight the important things. Make this bold also. And what else? Okay. Steady improvement. These are key things. Okay. Alright, so they just stand out. Alright, so that's what we have for. So we've been able to interpret what happened here beyond the numbers. We now have insights. Okay, so that's it for. We can now see what triggered the customer's behavior, and then can position the business well for more sales and strategic performance. Alright, so there's something called insight stacking. Alright, so we've been able to document some of these insights gradually. Right, we've been able to document some of them, and you can see them here. There are a lot of things. Okay, there are a lot of things. So let's tie it all together as we wrap up the analysis. Then we proceed to creating our other KPIs and dashboards. Okay, so another thing we can do here is I'll just highlight some other things that we need when creating the dashboard. I've been able to communicate some things from the data. Alright, so I'll copy this again and paste it here. I'll remove this field. I'll put in quarter. We need all of these things when we're creating our dashboard, so just walk through this quickly. Sorry, it's supposed to be month, not supposed to be quarter, not month rather. Right, this is what we have: total revenue by month. I'll format it. Copy this again. Paste it here. Remove this. Bring in weekend here. Where is weekend? So we have this here. One more thing can we do? Yeah, and put this here too. remove this field, I want to bring in pizza size again, or pizza category rather. Drag and drop it here. I want to see it based on average order value. I'm going to remove this field here and drag in average order value. And then I want to see it also by the size. I'll drag size here in here. Okay, so we can see that we should highlight this separately. Let's quickly walk through this conditional formatting. Okay, so you can see based on average order value, customers spent more on extra large and large sizes of pizzas. Okay, so you can see it here. Then one more thing I would like to do before I wrap up this particular phase of the analysis, I'd like to add something here also. Where is my size? Yes. Let me copy this. Let me add this here. So we'll be needing this later in our analysis. So I'll remove this and drag and drop in quantity. Where is quantity? Quantity, and then I remove this and add average order value also. So that we can carry out correlation analysis to see if an increment in the number of quantity being bought also increases the average order value. So these are just correlation that I want to look at. All right, so that's it with some of this KPI. We've seen how we've been able to walk through all of these drivers. Let's just format things properly. Right, you can have them properly formatted. Okay, so here we go. We have everything in full sight now. Okay, so there we go. We've been able to understand the key performance indicator based on revenue and the quarter of the year, and we're able to also find out the root causes, identifying drivers, and revenue breakdown by pizza category, pizza size, time of day, why customers behave that way. All right, so there's a lot of insight we can literally derive from here. All right, so that will be it for this section, so that we can move on to create other things. All right, the next phase of this analysis of this project before we create our dashboard will be to create variables, DAX measures that can help us with time intelligence. So this is what I mean by time intelligence. So I'll come over here. I want to create time intelligence on our KPIs in the sense that when we click on any of our sliders or filters, it gives us something like this. If I click on this now, you'll see that there will be an interaction whenever this is clicked. So it responds to sliders to show us, insight based on the filter we applied. All right. So Excel is taking some time to respond. Right, you can see over here that it has changed. We see that for revenue, this present revenue versus quarter 3, okay, there was a decrement by 2.87, and versus quarter 3 in orders there was a decrement also. But for other value, we had an increment. So this is what time intelligence looks like. Okay, so if I click on probably quarter 3, you'll see the change here. So this is what we're trying to create. We use variables and DAX measures. All right, you can see that. So it's very interactive. So let's look at it while we proceed. Oops. All right. So we'll click on this. Now we want to format those KPIs. Now we want to make it look like this. This is what we have. Okay. So if we click on, this is a slicer now. If we click on this, it will tell us no prior year. There's no percentage increment because we don't have any previous quarter compared to quarter 1. But if we click on quarter 2, you can see. So this is being formatted. All right. So I'll come over here and let me pick up sliders from here. Let me pick this up. I'll copy this. This is too small. Copy this. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Now paste it here. I'm going to barricade this. Alright, so we have this. So there's a reason I'm putting it here, so that anytime we add a new pivot table, it wouldn't affect this this pivot table here. I don't want it moving up and down like the previous one. So I'll quickly centralize everything. Okay. Let's pull this out to see how it looks like. Alright, I think we are good to go. So now if I click on this, you observe that my pivot table has gone away, but no worries. To be able to bring it back, click on, just highlight the pivot table itself, click on pivot table, analyze, come to field list, and your pivot table is back. So I'm going to take all of these away. Okay. I don't need them. I'll create time intelligence APIs now. This is how it's going to be. I'll right click on this, click on new measure. Okay. So this measure, we're going to name it, revenue quarter over quarter percentage API. Okay. Now I'll pull up DAX measure. It's quite advanced, but you don't need to worry about it. This is it. I'll just walk us through it. Okay. So this is called a variable. A variable. What is a variable? A variable is different from Excel functions like sum, max, min, and the rest. Basically, we use variables in DAX to create our own formulas and logic. So it is customized to what you want. So it's not a preset like sum. Sum is already designed to aggregate data. Max is already designed to return a scalar value, the maximum number across a range. Minimum, average is used to return the arithmetic mean. But for variables, it's a way of creating your own functions and formula logic. For example, almighty formula we know back in school, mathematics, almighty formula, which is also referred to as a quadratic formula. Right? It's used to solve any kind of quadratic equation. You can also create your own formulas by yourself. So let me just quickly walk you through the full syntax of a variable. So this is it. You write the measure name first, equal to, you put the measure name, and then you define your variable name, the first one, and you put in your expression. You can write as many variables as you want, even up to 15. You can see in this we wrote different variables, variable previous, and also wrote variable quarter label, variable here, change. So you can see you can write as much as you want to write. And then finally, you write your return and put in your final expression over here. So in DAX, a variable can be declared in a measure. That's what we're about to do here. You can see it. We're about to declare it in a measure. We'll put our measure name here, as shown here. All right. So what else should we know? You can use in a column for more advanced analysis and in a table too. Why are variables important in DAX? We use variables to improve readability, improve performance, prevent repeated calculations, control evaluation, etc. So this tutorial is not to teach in depth. Not to teach in depth for all of these functions and concepts. All right. So that's why I would say subscribe to the YouTube channel and turn on post notifications, where I'll be sharing subsequent videos that will tackle some of these concepts in data analysis step by step. So turn on your post notifications so you get notified on new videos subsequently. So I'll just walk through this. It's quite advanced, but then you would get the concept if you just follow through. Right. So that's what DAX is all about. Sorry, variables all about. Now the next thing I'm going to do is to let me get rid of this equal sign. Okay. So I'll copy everything. This is my total revenue. I'll copy everything. All right, and come to Excel. I'll paste it here. The reason why I remove that equal sign is because there's an equal to sign. Remember in Excel, whenever you're writing an Excel function, right, you always start with an equal sign. So I'll paste it so that I don't have two equal signs. So you can see it here. All right. So I know it's quite. It looks a bit advanced, which it is truly. But let me try to just briefly walk you through, and so that you can get the concept. So basically, what we're trying to do here is, let me do it from a more clear view. We have it here. So what I want to do is, I'm defining the first variable as current. So I put in my total revenue. All right. and I'm defining other variables here: current quarter, minimum quarter, multiple quarters. What I want to do is that I want this is it. Okay. Let me cancel this. I'll come back again. So I want a situation whereby the moment I click on any of these quarters, all right, so if any of the filter is not highlighted, it will return a value for me. Let me get out of there. Excel is freezing. Let me use this, preferably good. All right, so this is a slicer, this is a filter. It filters the data based on the quarter. Remember, this is like quarter over quarter analysis, year on year, time intelligence. I want to see it based on quarter this time around, since our data is spans across just 1 year. Right, so when no filter is applied, I want you to return select a quarter. So it's prompting me, since you want to see data, first of all select a quarter. Okay, so let's say I select the first quarter. It will return no prior quarter. No prior quarter. Why? Because we don't have any data. Just like this, we don't have any data for previous quarter. Here you can see there's no data. Okay, so that's why it's telling me there's no prior quarter. So it's custom. I formatted it that way. Let's say if I click on quarter 2, of course there is data, so it's going to return this format here. So the previous quarter versus quarter 1, there's an upward increment, 1.47%. You can see it here in this Excel file, 1.47 increment here, and then the following quarter we had a decrease, minus 1.61, minus 2.87. So that's what the whole concept or logic is about. So if I click on quarter 3 for revenue KPI, you can see minus 1.61, right? And then for quarter 4 too, okay, it should return that value for us. Okay, so that's what the whole logic is about. So I've defined it, all right, and I'm slicing it with this first variable here, this other variable rather. I'm using a calculate function, it's a filter function. So slice through my measure here, total revenue, and then this is a time intelligence function, previous quarter, gets the date from my date table. Okay, and then for these two, this is a variable. I defined a variable here, previous quarter label. I'm saying calculate, return the max date, and then return the previous quarter for that date. Then I also highlighted another variable here, percentage change, and I'm using the divide function. So basically, if this is current, remember the divide function is used to divide any value with safe division of 0. So if when we get this value, all right, return it, and then I formatted everything here, the return statement. So it's quite so if this is a return statement now, if multiple quarters are being selected, return select a quarter. This is it. This is the logic. You can see it over here. If all of them are not selected, it will return select a quarter. So we go back, and if when you click it and then the previous quarter there's no value, which is 0, return no prior quarter. We saw that it returned no prior quarter. I click on 1, okay, and then I come over again. If we click any quarter or we slice it by any date function, and then the percentage change is greater than 0, return versus this, concatenate it with previous quarter label, which I already defined here, previous quarter label. All right, you can see previous quarter label here, so it's already been defined. Concatenate it with this symbol, and then format the percentage change to be in 2 decimal places. So we go back here, and if I click on quarter 2, you can see that format is here versus quarter 1. This upward symbol showing that there's a percentage increment, 1.47, is in 2 decimal places. All right. Then the same thing, if the percentage change is less than 0, return this with a downward symbol, format it to be this, okay, and then versus this. So we'll close all our brackets. So this is just the logic. I know, like I said, it's quite advanced. I also came up with a problem statement here that could make it easy. You can go ahead to read it, all right, so that you can have an understanding. All right, so I'll go back to my file now. Go back to this file. All right, here I'm going to add a new measure. I said I'll call it revenue KPI, revenue quarter over quarter, percentage change KPI. Okay, now come over here. I'm going to copy everything. Ctrl C, paste it here. I'll check for formula. All right, so it's correct. Okay, so revenue quarter-over-quarter KPI. I'll click on OK. So we have it here, revenue quarter-over-quarter KPI, and I'm going to drag and drop it here. So you see we have it. Okay, so while it's highlighted also, I'm going to right click on it to add a new measure. I'm going to call this total orders QoQ percentage KPI. Then I'll come over here, total orders here. This is total orders. So now I'll copy everything. Ctrl C, copy. Alright, so we'll put it here. It's showing me there's an error. This formula is invalid. The expression is not valid. Appears to be incomplete. Please review and correct the expression. The syntax for equal to is incorrect. Okay, I can see it over here. So you see why I removed the equality sign. Right, check now. It will work. So this is for now. The difference between this formula, this entire formula here, is that for the current, the DAX measure, it changes. This is total orders. So and in here too is showing total orders. I'm going to click on OK. Okay. Then I'll drag and drop it here also. Now let me walk you through it. So they are the same thing. It's the same thing. Just copy and paste. But when copying and pasting, ensure that for that of revenue, what is in your first variable here should be total revenue, and also in your calculate function should be total revenue. Then for total orders, it should be total orders, and in your calculate function to total orders. Mind you, this is a measure already created. This is it. Okay, this is it. I'm literally referencing the revenue we created before. You can see total revenues here. You can see total orders is here. You can see pizza's size. So all of these are measures we created. Remember, these are the measures. So if you reference the wrong name, it will return an error. So be careful. Average order value. All right. So I'll quickly go back to copy this. This is for quantity. You can see it's here already calculated. So I'm just going to copy it and remove the equality sign. I'll copy it. Just making sure I have some extra checks. All right. So while that is highlighted, I would right click and add a new measure. So I'll remove this equality sign, paste this one here. You can see them here. All right. Check that one. Okay. To add an equality sign, so I'll name this total orders quarter over quarter percentage API. I think we're good to go. Click on OK. This formula is invalid. This is total quantity. Okay, it says a measure or column with the name total order already exists. That's true. So this should be total quantity. Total quantity. So let's check it's correct. So let's do this. Beautiful. All right. So I'm going to drag and drop this here. You can see we have it now. Then I'll come over here again for average order value. So I'll copy everything. Ctrl C. Oh. Then I'll come over here. On this table, right click on it, add new measure. Paste it here. Let's see if it's the same thing. Okay, average order value. So I'll say average order value quarter over quarter percentage KPI. Okay, check that formula. Correct. So I'll click on OK. So you see it's here. I'm going to drag and drop this here. All right. Now there we go. We have all our KPIs. Right. Correct. So if I come over here, if I come over to the calendar, my calendar table, click on more fields, and I right click on quarter and add as a slicer, here's what's going to happen. So this is it now. So if I click on quarter one, it's telling me no prior quarter. Let's see if we can zoom this in. All right. So if I click on quarter two, you can see it showing me versus quarter one. There's this a 1.47% increment when it comes to total orders. All right, we have 0.7.9% increment in quarter 2. So this is for, I think we saw others here. Okay, basically what it's trying to show us here is that look at the count of other IDs here. That means in quarter 2 there was an increment from 12.23 thousand orders. It increased to 12.33 thousand orders in quarter 2. So this is the increment showing us. So there was a 0.79% increment, and then for total quantity it does the same, and then for average order value 0.34% increment. You can see the average order value here. There was an increment from quarter 1 to quarter 2. So to account for that, it was 0.34. You can see it over here. So that's what it's doing. So these are very important KPIs to tell you whether your business is doing well or not. Remember, we've already established that. All right. So the next thing I'm going to do, if I click on quarter 3, you'd see there's a decrement. Yeah, there's a decrease. All right. If I click on quarter 4, it further declines. You can see 2.87. All right. It declined by 2.87. So the next thing we're going to do, let me zoom out. Now I want to format it in such a way that when there's an increment, it gives us a green color. When there's a decrease, it gives us a red color. So to do that, let me check this back. I will clear all the filters. I would just reference this here. Click on enter. Then I'm going to do the same thing. So this is it now. I will highlight all of this, come to my home tab here. Then I'll go to conditional formatting. Remember, we use color scales for some things, but this time around we're going to create new rules. Just follow through. If this is your first time getting to see all of these things, then you are it's a bonus for you. So I want to create I want to create a logic. Sorry, I want to create a formatting. It's called custom formatting. I'm customizing the way I want it to be. So I want a situation whereby it's green for increment, red for decrement. All right. So I'm going to click on use a formula to determine which cell to format. All right. So I'll come over here, back to my custom formatting. I'm going to use this. Okay. So I'll copy this number, this, and I'll come back here and paste it here. So please, very important to take note. Now I'll try to explain this. All right. So this P5. I'm going to change it to the actual number of my cell here. So you can see this very first cell is Q. I'm on colon Q, row 4. So I'm going to change it to colon Q. I'm going to take only the first colon here. So I'll change it to Q4, not P5. So whenever you are recreating this project, all right, customize it to the current cell selection in your Excel sheet. All right. So what is this? It's saying these are just functions. All right. Like I said, this is not a tutorial for in-depth teaching of all of these functions. I'm just applying them here. So subscribe again, turn on post notifications, because in the long run I'll be dishing out some very real contents on this YouTube channel so that I don't miss out. So each number is a function that checks whether a value is a number. Remember, we use it when we're cleaning the data initially, and it returns a true or false. So it's literally going to check for all of those variables I created. It's going to check if the percentage changes a value or not, and then it's going to search for this symbol here within a text. So it's going to search. So this text is Q4. This is it. The embedded variable I put here. It is going to check to search for if it sees an upward arrow, then format it as green. If it sees a downward arrow within this cell selection, which is Q4, format it as red. And then since it's a nested function, when I mean nested function, I mean functions, inside another function, inside another function. It can get very complicated. Then return it. If it's a number, return the formatting I want it to be. So I'm going to click on format here. Okay, and the font, I will change the font here to, if the arrow is green, change it to green. Let's use this green, which is quite light. So I'll click on OK. All right, and I'll click on OK. So now, while highlighted again, I'll come over. While highlighted, I'll come over to my notepad where I have all of this. Then I'll copy it again. Control C. Not this file. Okay, while highlighted, I'll come over home, click on conditional formatting, click on create a new rule again. So use a formula to determine which cell to format. Paste this here. You can see now the difference between the first and the second formula I just pasted is that one is upward, one is downward. So I'm going to change it to my cell here, Q4. So say Q4. Okay, format. the font. By default, you might find it in fill, but change it to default, to font rather. Then click on automatic. Then change it to, I need red. I'll click on OK. Click on OK. While it's highlighted, I'm going to pick. So now, I will change it directly from here. It's P4 I'm working with. So I'll say, is it P4? Oh, yes, Q4 rather. Q4. So I'm going to change it to Q4 here. There's a reason I'm doing that. When I try to change it within the cell, it just begins to jump from one column to another, and I don't want that. Okay, yeah, I'm going to change it to Q4 also. Q4. Okay, so don't bother yourself about all of this function. Just copy and paste. Just copy and paste and try to understand the concept. Then I'm going to go to home. I'll click on conditional formatting, new rules. Use a formula to determine. I'm going to put this here, Q4. Then when it's neutral, when it's not red, or what's it called, or when no selection is being selected, when no filter has been selected, that's what it means. I'm going to format it. I'll leave it as automatic. Just leave it as black or anything. So this is what it means. Click on OK. So I've done 3 formatting. So in the event where you want to update it or you want to edit the rules, you just come over here to click on manage rules. You can see the formatting I've done here. The first formatting, the first one was green, the second one was red, the third one now is no format set. So you can see all I have to do is just to, if I want to edit the previous one I just put down, which is no format, I just right or left click on it, edit rules, and it takes me back to where I imputed it. So since I don't want to do that, I'll cancel it. I do it for the second one, edit rules. It takes me back to this. Since I have nothing to change here, I'm going to just click on cancel and close. There's no change. So you would see. So if I click on quarter 1 now, you can see it's dynamic and interactive. This is just a time intelligence calculation we just did here using the quarter over quarter revenue KPI. So you can see now quarter 2. Now I formatted it. Quarter 3, I formatted it. So you see there's an effect. All right. So the next thing we'll do is to let me format this to centralize it, just to make everything aligned. Where is that? Okay. Now there's a reason I reference this out. After this, we're going to, this is the last part of the analysis we're doing. After this, now the next thing we're going to do is to create our dashboard, and we call it a day for the end of the project. So the reason I highlighted this out, you get to know by the time we proceed to creating the dashboard. But for now, I'm just going to use the I want to apply the same formatting here to this. So I'll come over while everything's highlighted. I'll click on home. Remember our format painter. Then I'm going to apply it across. Okay. There's something wrong, so I'm going to undo what I've just done. I'll delete this. Why is it showing me the same thing? Okay, let me see if I have to do it manually. Equal to right click on this. Okay, let's see if this works. So I'll highlight it again. I'm supposed to follow the cell referencing. Then I'll come to home and click on format painter, and I'll highlight it across. Okay, perfect. Let's see if it's the same thing across. All right, I think we're good to go. Okay, we're good to go. All right, so all of this documentation here, all of this, you don't need to worry. I'm going to compile them as a documentation and share it in the description of this YouTube video. Then you can get access to it probably via Google Drive or GitHub repository. Those of us that are familiar with it. So I'm going to compile all of these things and put them. So all of these DAX functions, everything I've done, problem statement, I'm going to send it across to you so that you can have it as a copy. Okay, so this is where we are at the moment. Then after this, we'll proceed to creating our dashboard. Yeah, so one final thing we need to do here before we start creating our dashboard will be to create, I want to create something of this sort where we have all of these API card elements here. You can see them here, these little things. All right, so it's dynamic. Whenever we click on any slicer, it will change accordingly. So I'm just going to come over here. I would copy any. I can copy this. I can copy this pivot table here. And I'll put it here separately. Okay. Let's demarcate this. Just to so I'll take this out, So what I have left is just a blank pivot table. Now come over to my months here. Okay, and then I'll put revenue. Alright, I think we are good. $65,160,000. So I'll format painter here. Got to format the base too. Alright, so I'll copy this pivot table again. Ctrl C. Paste it here. Sum of revenue. So this would be for total orders. We've done that for revenue. This will be for total orders. I don't want this. Total orders. Where is it? We're going to use order ID. Remember, order ID. Is it counting or some? So you need to count this, not. Oh no. You need to count this and not sum it. So we'll change it from sum to count. Okay. Yes, so I need to format it. And format it here. Or you might not even need to format it. Just proceed like that. Alright. I'll copy this. I can call this, let's say, orders card. I want to use it as like a card visual. I'll call this revenue card. You can enter. Ctrl C. Paste it here. So this will be for our quantity. So I'll take this out. I need quantity. Okay. So in case you don't want this style of formatting, you can just come over here, make it as numbers, remove the leading zeros, or you right click here, click on number format. Numbers include your thousand separator. We don't need zeros, right? Okay, so click on OK. This is what we have. So we call this revenue cards. So I'm just trying to prep for our dashboard building. Revenue card, and the final card will be for that of average value. So take this away. Look for AOV, average order, or unit price. I'll click on unit price here, and then right click on this, or left click. You can right click. You can access your value field setting from here too. Click on value field setting. Change this to average. Alright, so you can also click on number format. We need it in currency. We need it in 2 decimal places. Yes. So here we go. Now I can call this average order value cards. Card. There we go. So this will give us something like this from January to December, January to December, January to December, January to December. Alright, so that's what we are prepping for this report or dashboard build. So You might want to format everything by ascending order so that I can appear as January. Click on this filter rather. Dot A to Z. Do the same for all of them. You can as well do yours for just one so that you don't stress yourself by doing it manually like the way I'm doing it. Okay. Alright, so we'll be building our dashboard as we proceed with this Excel case study project. Now, to build a dashboard, it's important to have in mind what you want to do. More like a sketch of the entire dashboard you want to create. So we'll be using this as the pattern, so we'll recreate this. So prior to now, I already drafted out some of my KPI cards and how I want the dashboard to be like. So it's just based on creativity. You can as well, use this as a template too. Then by constant practice, you get to be better. Okay, so this is how to create a visual here on Excel. So I'll click on a new sheet. Now quickly call this dashboard. Okay. So the first thing you want to do by creating your dashboard is to come over to the view tab up here and see it up here. Then click on grid lines, turn it off, turn off all the lines, turn off the heading. You no longer see column names again. Go back and you turn off formula bar. So everything is being turned off. So you have a blank white sheet as your canvas to be able to draw on top of it. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is to click on home, not home, insert rather. Then I'll click on shapes. I'm going to bring in a rectangular shape. And then I would draw a rectangle. It's good to always have a dimension. So I have my dimensions already. Just copy and paste them. That you can understand what's going on. So I'm going to come over here to shape format. Then in my own, I have the height to be about 11 points. 11.2. Then let's look at the width. Make the width 22. Okay, so click on enter. This is what we have. So I can just come over here to reduce it so I can see it fully. Okay. So make it small. This is perfect. Alright, so the next thing will be to turn off the grid line. So I'll click on, I right click on this text box. Right click on it, you can see format shape. Alright, so I'm going to have my format shape pop up. So on that field, I'll click on no line. I don't want the border lines to be showing. Then I'm not going to click on no field here, but I'll come over to color and then put in the color I want. Okay, so there's a color I have in mind because of this dashboard. You can see it's they're not straightforward colors. Kind of there's a mix in the shadings across the entire. If you observe, like you can see some white spots here, and then it fades. You get the tonal gradation changes. So there's where I did that. So to do that, I'll go to my home, my Chrome tab. Okay, there's a site called Coolors. So coolors.co. Then you just click on it and you go there to pick colors of your choice. Alright, so here's actually what it is. This what it looks like. So you can go to this when you click on the site to take it to the very beginning. That's the dashboard. Alright, so you have something like this. And maybe click on no, you go to start the generator. Okay. So if you're familiar with colors, you already have what you need in mind, then you just go ahead to generate some colors, play around the website, and get to understand how to navigate around it. So there's another option. You can extract from image. Alright, so I'm going to click on upload image, click on this. If I have a mental picture, let's say I need this, I want to get all the colors from here, I'll click on OK. Alright, and then I just hover my mouse around the colors I want. Maybe this is black, or this or red, or this color here, you can see this color here, and there's another color there, more like purple, these two. So once highlighted, all right, I can increase the grades, the amount of colors I need to be generated based on that color, right? And then the next thing I'll do is to click on these three dots here and ask it to open all the colors in color. Okay, to visualize all the grades for you. Then you can come over here and copy the hex keys, right? These are the keys FE, 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 B9, BA, BA, 20, 20, 22. So you just come and copy it and you paste, right? But I already have mine here already. So these are the colors I want to work with. It gives you the color, it generates the color palette for you. That's the right word I'm looking for. It generates the color palette for you. Then you're able to now mix colors. Okay, so the color I want is this. Where is it? This one, charcoal. So I'll go back to this, and instead of just, you can also pick a random color from here. But since you want to customize it yourself, I'll click on more colors. Then I'm going to change this and leave the hashtag and just paste the number. All right, I click on OK. So this is what it gives me. Okay, this is what it gives me. So I have something like this. So the next thing I want to do will be to, I'll click on gradient fill. As I click on gradient fill, the gradient helps you to now begin to change the tonal gradation across board. You can see there was a slight change just now, right? So I'll come over to gradient stops. These stops adjust the way in which you can be able to change the tonal gradation across different sides of your shape. So I have this first stop. You can see the color for this first stop. Let's examine the color. It is this first stop. I don't need this. Okay, I don't need this here. What I need is the one I copied. So I'll click on OK. All right, that's what's in the first stop. Then I'll add another stop. I'll add another stop here. So we have 3. Okay, I'll add this. Let me click on this and add the same color there. Okay, this is what I have there. So let's see what we have here. Okay. Okay. Let me go back to it. Alright. So I'll be the one to, I'm trying to get this color here. This light background color. You can see the light background. This is my first add here. Right, so I'll come over here and then I'll change it. Yes, let me cancel this. So this is the first stop here. I can increase the transparency. Okay, I need something very light. You can see we're gradually achieving it. Alright, so I need it to be very light so I can contrast other colors too. Okay, so just do it to your own taste. Because I'm going to, I hope I'm not missing anything else. Okay, I'll take this off. So this is what I have. Right, it's still looking very light to me. I'll click it and there's a shortcut to go back to that shape format. Instead of right clicking it and coming to shape format, click on Control 1. They're using the Windows system. Control 1. Alright, so this is what I have. So this I'm going to change it. It's too, I don't want the transparency. Transparency reduces the color. I want it a bit dark. Exactly. This is what I want. Right. And the middle stop. Exactly. So this can further increase it. Alright, so I think we're good to go here. So the next thing we're going to do is to bring in another shape. I'll click on Insert. Where is shape? So click on Insert, and then I'll drag and drop this here. Okay. So I'll right click on this shape format. I don't need any border line, no line. Okay, so what will be the, let's format the shape first. Let's change this to 8.7. let's use, okay, I think we're good. Alright. So this shape fill, I'm going to change it. I'll take it to gradient. This is what we have. We have 3 stops as well too. So I need a darker color. So I'm going to go back to my colors.co. Remember we used charcoal before. Now I want to use carbon black. So I'll copy carbon black. I'll go back here. I don't need 3 stops. 3 stops means you're more like partitioning the shape into 3 different tonal gradations of colors. So I want to remove one, and I'm going to remove the middle one. So I have 2. So this, I'm going to change it from carbon black to, from charcoal to carbon black. I'll paste my text here. Click on OK. Alright, so I right click on this. I'll add more colors. Click on OK. Alright, so I have both of them. And what can I do here? I'm going to reduce the transparency. See, it's already at 67, but I'll take it down. I need the original color. Exactly. So I need this dark, intense shade of black. Then here, if I take everything down, everything will be black. I'm trying to create a contrast. I'll reduce this. I'll make this totally black. Then this I'm going to increase. You can see the effects. Alright. You can always come back to adjust it if after I'm moving forward into the building of the dashboard, I'm not satisfied with it. I'll come back to get it done. Okay. Alright, so it's almost resembling what we have here. You can see it will not be perfect. Let's try to reduce it. Alright. So I'll take it out here. It's almost aligning going out of proportion. Alright, so now you can see from the dashboard here, you can see we have a middle card here, middle shape. So to do that, I'll click on insert, bring in another shape. This will be my shape. Let's format the shape. So make this 9.8, and the length will be let's say 7.82. 7.8. This is what we have. Right, so I just bring it and align it the way I want it to be. Okay, then back to shape format. Right click, format shape. I don't want any outer line. Then I'm going to click on, I'll go to gradient fill rather. It's gradient, I'm able to make those changes. Alright, so I have 2 stops here. I want to change the stops, the color of the stops. I'll go to more colors. Okay, so I need this. Okay, I need this carbon black, not charcoal black, so I'll leave it. Okay, then for this, it's the same carbon black that is there. If you see the same hex that is there, but we'll change it. I'll go back to this and also change it to charcoal. Alright. Change to charcoal. Okay. Alright, so let's see. I'm going to reduce the transparency here. Okay, not yet. Before I do that, let's go to And this will not make sense. Let's finish with this first. I'll increase the transparency here on the right side of this. Okay. I hope I put the right color. I need something was wrong. I need the charcoal color. I need this. Click on OK. Beautiful. Alright, I knew something was wrong. Alright, so this is what I have here. And then here I just want slight transparency. Okay, so it's almost looking like what we have here. You can see this when you look at it. Here it's a bit slight. It has a very high transparency compared to this edge. That's what I'm trying to do. Get here. You can see it's almost coming together. You can see there's a dark spot here. This accounts for the carbon black. Alright, and then this is charcoal over here. It's just about increasing transparency and the likes. Right, so while this is still highlighted, I'm going to go over to the effects and I'll click on shadow. I need a preset. It's currently on no shadow. I want a shadow effect. So there are a lot of shadow effects here. I'll click on this offset center. Alright, so you can see it has given a shadow around it. And to make it pop up, I can just reduce the transparency. It makes it darker. And increase the size. Oh, oops. Okay, let's just increase it to this 102. Okay. No, let's leave it at 102. Alright. So if you look at it from outside, it's not giving me what I want yet. Not giving me what I want yet. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Not giving me. Okay. Okay, let's look at shadow color. Let's change to dark. Okay, I think we have to increase the what did I increase just now? The transparency. Okay, I think I can see what's. Let's go back to solid fill. Gradient fill. That is line copy. Let me see if I can take this to the back. Bring forward. Oops. Then we're supposed to show them like this. And sometimes this thing can just act funny. Okay, let's just proceed first. I'm attend to that. So what is what I have? Is what I have. So the next thing I want to do is to bring in our metrics. Okay, bring our metrics to our metric headers. So to do that, I'll click on shape format, or insert rather, and I'll click on text here to include text box. I'll just draw a text box here. So this is what I have. So I want to name all my KPIs. So I can call this total revenue. Alright. So I'll highlight everything, click on home, change it from calibre body to CGUI text, increase the font to let's say 16, make it bold, change the numbers, then use this. I need this color of text. Right, so this is what we have. But before we proceed again, click on home. I forgot to do that. Okay, we'll format this. We'll format this text box. Right click on it. Format shape. Okay, so I don't need any fill. It takes it off. And I don't need the line. It takes it off. So I have this is what I have. Okay. Let's be sure. Okay, so everything is up to date. We're good. The next thing, just to format it. Right, so while this is highlighted, I'm going to duplicate it about 6 times so that I can put in all of the KPIs or the metrics headers. While this is highlighted, I'll click on copy, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V. Okay, I'll drop one here. I'll drop another one here. I'll drop another one here. And I'll drop another one here. Later we'll adjust it. I'm not comfortable with this line showing, but we'll take that. I'm just trying to see how fast we can go. Not comfortable with this line showing. Something I'm missing out. I can't figure it out on the spot. Okay, so I'm going to adjust this. Just adjust it to what you want. If you're not satisfied with this, you can increase it. Okay. Alright, so now it's time we'll change all of this. So we'll call this total orders. Control A and just change it. Total orders. Then for this, Control A, we'll call this average order value. Average order value. Okay, so it's quite bigger than the box. So we'll increase it. It's quite bigger than. Alright. Let's see this. Well, highlight all of this. What I'm going to call this, pizza category. Beautiful. I'm making some progress. Highlight all of this. I'll call this pizza types. Alright, then this is the final metric header. I'll call this quantity. There we go. Alright, so we have all of them here. What am I going to do next? I want to bring in the respective values for these metrics. So I'll come over here to my pivot table. Okay, this is it. Remember how we started from the very beginning. See why all of these things are important. Now it's all adding up. So now you won't be able to copy all of this visual, all of these calculations directly from this sheet because it's in a pivot table. So I'm going to reference it out by saying equal to, click on this, and then click on OK. So it will change the formatting. In some cases, it might not change, right? But that's not a problem to worry about. So I'll do all of them. But let's see if this will work. So manually do it. I'll reference this into the next cell. I'm taking it out from the pivot table. The pivot table, I need it in blank cell. Okay, so quickly format them back. Right click on this. What is this? Okay, go to home. Click on this. Number format. Give 1,000 separate if there's any. So let's look at currency. Decimal place. Okay, so that we have to just format this home. Remove hidden zeros. We're good to go for this. Do the same thing. Okay, you can take the format of this back. I'll click on home, click on format printer. I like this. Click on this too, click on format printer. I like this. So and centralize all of them. for alignment. Where is it? All right. So now this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to my dashboard sheet. Now I will create another text box here. I'll copy this. Control C, Control V. All right. And get this out of the way. I think there should be a way. Let me highlight it first. So this is what I want to do. I'll go back to my view and I will check back formula bar. So this is it. I'm going to come to formula bar and reference it into this sheet. So I put in equality sign here, you can see it. Then go to pivot, reference this. You see the reference there. I'll just click on enter. Oh, where is that guy? Okay, let's put it inside the text box. I was trying to see if I can take it out of the text box. So while highlighted in the text box, I come over here, click on equality sign, and then reference this. So it has appeared. I can see it. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm going to select all and increase it to, let's say, size 26. It is not 26, so increase it to the size you think it's okay for you. All right, and then I'll change it to CUI. Okay. All right. So what do I need? I need to change the color to what we have. Brown. I need this color. So I've documented some of these color codings. So I'll click on and get this out. I think I have it here. So this is the color. I'll just copy this. Control C. Go back to my Excel sheet. How am I going to do this now? Okay, right click on it. I'll go to home. Click on these two. Font setting. This font setting. Okay, no, this is it. Font color rather. I'll click on more colors. Custom. It's currently on 0, 0. I'll paste this here. Okay, so it's this color. It's giving us brown. Sorry, purple. Now make it bold. This is what I have. All right. So I'm going to copy it and paste here. Okay. No, I don't want this. Remove this. Okay, I say equal to. Go back and pick the respective metric. Click on OK. So Control A. I don't want us to go through the same step. I think we could use printer, format printer also. But let's just do it to see how we can apply it. Next one is 20. What again? 26. Okay, we don't have. Alright, so Control C, Control V. Or to average order value. So click on enter. Okay. The color I need for this will be, I'll come over here. I'm going to pick it average order value. You can see it here. Colors, custom. That's what I need. It's that category. So I have it already here. Go to preferences. So Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Let's see if we can use format painter first. Let me see why this is highlighted. I'll click on home, format painter, format this. Oh, yeah, I'll click on it again. If you want to format more than one, you just come to format painter. You click on home, double click on it, and you can format as many as you want. That it. When you're done formatting, escape. So pizza type. So that we don't keep on repeating the same process again. Pizza, numbers of pizzas, pizza type 32. And okay. Oh, still didn't align. Just change. 32, click on home. Make it 26. Bold. And there's a color I need. Click on many colors, more colors. This is the color. Right, Ctrl C. Then click on custom. Paste it. Get rid of this here. Import to. Okay. Quantity order. Sometimes you have to need hand control, you need to control all of these visuals. Alright, so now that we are done with the metric headers and their respective values, the next thing we want to do is to quickly bring in our KPI cards. So KPI cards, I mean this, something like this, right? We already created them. They respond to sliders too. So we'll quickly bring that in. How are we going to do that? We already arranged it here. It's here. So I'm going to highlight this, everything, and then I'll click on insert, go to recommended charts, go to colon, yes, colon, plus that colon. I'll click on OK. Right, so first of all, I would right click this, I will hide all field buttons. I will delete this, I don't need this, I don't need this, I want to customize the way I want. All of these lines, I highlight it, delete all of them. I don't need this axis label, I don't need this. Double click on it, I don't need this. So see how it's empty. I also don't need, let's click on Ctrl 1 so that I can format things up. I don't need surrounding line. I don't need a fill. So you can see I've removed the background fill. This is what we have left. Let's look at colon bars. I want it to represent the same colors of the KPIs, right, and the metrics. So I'll click on these colors. Since I already have some of the colors here as recent colors, I'll change this. You can see I've changed it. Go to colon. Let's see if we can adjust things well. Okay. Just leave it like this. If we see if we don't like it, we can go back to format it. What am I going to do next? Yes, around this colon, I want a kind of formatting around it. How is that done again? Let me see. I need a borderline. Gradient line is a gradient line. Let me check this. Okay, not this. Sorry, I'm not going to use this color. This is what I'm trying to have. I want to recreate this over here. So I thought I was doing this instead of this. So I'll go back to change it. Highlight everything, change it to this color here. Light gray, background 2, darker, 25% dark. So this 25%. Let's go with this. So I need a line around it. I don't know how that is done. I'm trying to recall. Let's make it black. Okay. This is what I needed around it. Yes. Black outer line. So I'll right click on this. While everything's selected, I'll right click on it and save this as template so that I don't repeat the same process again. So I can say chart. I'll call this chart 1 KPI, or yes, let's say chart 1 KPI. I'm going to save this. Okay. So while it is highlighted, I'll cut it out from here. Right click on cut. It goes out of this and it's here. I'll paste it. This is what we have. Right. So make it small, shrink it up here. Just adjust it to the size you want it to be. Okay. So I think it's okay for me. Then I'll go back again. That's for, you can see it's for revenue card. It shows us the month by year, revenue by month rather. So that's the reason I put it under revenue. You don't mix it up. So for total order, this is what we have here. We're going to highlight everything. Click on insert, recommended charts. What's that called? Okay, so I'm going to click on templates here. Now you can see I have different templates. Remember we named it total orders. No, let me cancel this. I need this. I need quantity ordered. So because they're the same, this and this are the same. So I'll come over here, go to quantity rather. So I just copy that quantity. Where's quantity? I need the quantity. Orders. Okay, this is quantity. I'm having two revenue. Okay, let me change this to quantity. Right. So this is highlighted. Beautiful. Go to insert, go to recommended chart, click on templates, copy this out. Yes, click on OK. So I have this weight for quantity itself. Alright, so you see I didn't go through the process again. Makes it simple. Cut it out of here. Go to the dashboard, highlight it and paste it. Let's just shrink it. This is all coming out. I'll remove this pivot table. Highlight it and go back. Alright, so let's do that for average order and back to my pivot table. Insert again. Recommended chart. Yes. Hold on. I'll repeat the same process again. Delete this. Don't need this. Delete this. Right click on this. Add a few buttons. Then I'm going to make this black. Ctrl 1 to go to your format area. Click on view. I'm going to change this to black. Do I need black or I need something else slightly stand out? Let's check black. Light gray background darker. Let's use this black. We're going to contrast. Okay. Then we can put around the edges. Let's look at border solid lines. Instead of using black, we use something light. Okay, so I'll remove no fill of this, no border line. try black. We try white, pure white. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, I'll just make it pop out. I'll take this out. I'll take the month out too. And gap width. No, no. Okay, I need it fat. Oh well, so let's save this to save as template. What I want to call it? That's 2 API. Alright. Sorry. Highlighted. Cut it, Control X. And move it here, Control V. Alright, so we have something of this sort. Now, no, I don't like this. Let's see if we can. Let's change it. I don't like this. I don't like the white. I like the columns, borderline. I don't like it pure white. Let's use this first. Yeah, it's better. Just tones it down. Looking as if this is white and white. Let me reduce it again. I think I need it darker. Oh well. And this looks better. It's not giving me what I want yet. Alright, so you just adjust it to whatever you want. Or probably it's because of the black. Let's change it again. The black is contrasting a lot. Oh well. Now it's almost now blending with the background. So let's just go with the black. Go with the black. Let's go with the black. So I say save as template. I want to replace the template I just created. I'll say chat 2 API. Tell me template like this already exists. Yes, do you want to replace it? Yes, replace it. So the next one will be our average order card. Right. Okay. Sorry, which of them did I just do? I did for quantity. Right, I just did for quantity. So this should be here. Oh my god. Now it's confusing. I think this is for quantity. Then this should be for, what did I just do? This should be for total orders. Okay, let's quickly confirm. Let's confirm. I'll bring in the axis again. Okay. 4.2k. This is the axis. The highest value here is 4.2k. Let's confirm that here. 4.2k. This is the highest. Okay, about 4.4. Wait. So I used either orders or cards just now. Okay, then it should be this. So this is for orders. Average order. So what I should be doing now is for total orders rather. Okay. Alright, so I'll take this out. Yeah, it's supposed to be here. But I'm just trying to balance things up, so I put it by the side. Right. Okay. So this now we've done for revenue, we've done for total orders, we've done for quantity. So it will be time to do for average order value. Okay. I understand. Average order value. So click on recommended chart, go to templates. you click on this KPI. So Control X, Control V. So this is supposed to be here, since this is average order value. Or we'll leave it here. Alright, just to balance things up. Or you can change your average order value here to be here, so that this can be here. Alright. So right, so the next thing we'll be doing is to now bring in the visuals as shown here. Right, so we have our visuals here. So quickly pull this in. How are we going to do that? So the first visual we'll bring is we want to look at. You can see this is revenue and quarter-over-quarter growth. So we bring this, and so that shows the percentage difference. There's a positive growth here, negative trend here, negative trend here. So this is quarter-over-quarter growth and their percentage change. So come to pivot analysis here. Where can we find that? Here. So this will pull it into the chart. So I'll click on this, and if it's not showing your pivot table, click on here. While it's highlighted, click on few buttons, you can see. So this is what I want to put into the chart. For this chart, I don't need this quarter revenue. This is what I need. The quarterly is your sum of revenue and percentage change. I'm going to remove previous quarter revenue. So just take it out. We have just this thing. So insert recommended charts. I need a combo chart. Okay, I'll click on combo. So this is what I have. So for my sum of revenue, it will appear as the clustered column here. Then the quarter-over-quarter change will be a line chart as shown here. Okay, the line chart. You can see the line. Alright, so and I want it to be on the secondary axis. While the left axis is showing me the quarter by revenue rather by quarter, revenue generated by quarter. But on the right side, I want to see the percentage axis. I want it to be the percentage axis. So I'm going to click on make it a secondary axis so you can see that's turned here into percentage, while here is the left is revenue. So I'll click on OK. This is what I have. So the same drill, right? Delete all of this. Right click on this, hide all field buttons. Now I'm not going to take away the what's it called, the axis. Okay, so I don't need this too. Right, so I'll format this. Click on format axis. Number. I would say turn it from general to percentage. We'll have it as percentage. I'll click on this line and well, let's now move the background, no fill. Okay, and no line. While it's selected, I'll cut it. Format it format it here, paste it here. This is what we have. And increase it first so that's what we're doing. Then this, I need to change this bars. I'll change it to this color. Right. Then I need to put the percentage change. Add this down again, percentage change. Okay, while it is highlighted, you can see all of them are highlighted. I'll right click on it. Let's click on add data label. Yes, I've added data label. You can see them, they're out. Then I'll come to my home to increase it. Let's make it 12. Let's make it bold. And let's change the colors to be this color, no? Lighter colors. You can see it's coming out. What else do you want to do? While it's highlighted, you can come over to right click on it again and say format data labels. Go to numbers here. I don't want it to be in general, I want it to be in percent. Into percentage. Beautiful. Then you can see for this, there's a black background on this one so that the color can pop up. So to do that, I think we can do that from home. Here, fill color. We can make it black. Exactly what I'm looking for. Then we can change this line on this line. Let's see if we can change the color of the line. That is, we'll change it to purple. I didn't change everything. I didn't highlight it well. As a reason why. You can see we have our stuff formatted. The bars are too big. So while everything's highlighted, I'm going to go to the colon here under series option, reduce the, increase it. The bars, I need it to be tiny. And I need these numbers to pop out. Let's make it 14. Then let's increase the font of this. Increase the font of this. So this is a dark themed dashboard. Alright. All my dashboards I've been creating. I don't think I've created a dark themed dashboard before. It's my first time trying this. I always liked theme. You can go online and search for dashboards you can copy here. Right. So I got inspired from a creator in the Power BI creator. I think what's the name of that handle again? The dark theme. How to Power BI. Yes. How to Power BI on YouTube. So that's where I got this inspiration from. Okay. So what else I'm going to do here? I think it's all making sense now. Let's increase this down. Okay. So that's where I got the inspiration from. Alright. This is a Power BI report. Most of these videos, you might not find them in Excel. You have to get it done in Power BI. So you can go online and see a lot of templates, right, to just explore your creativity. Okay. So what else are we missing now? Okay, so the next thing we'll do is to bring in our revenue. I'm going to go back to my pivot analysis and create a new revenue table. We didn't do that. I'll copy this and just highlight it below this. Oh, what did I just do? No, I have to copy the entire pivot table. Yeah. Get rid of this. Don't need this. What I need is water. Go to my calendar table. Sorry, I don't need this. I need months. Yes, there was sum of revenue. Yes, that's what I need. Then I'm going to quickly highlight this. Insert. Have I done that? Sorry, I just got distracted. Where was I? No, am I to insert? Okay, recommended chart. What are we doing here? We're going to use a line chart. Right, so this is a line chart. Click on OK. Then you know the drill by now. Delete. Don't need this for now. Delete. Hide off. Chart. Yes. Get rid of this. I need this. I want to see the format chart. Ctrl+1 shortcut to go there. Yeah, it makes your work very productive. Yes, no fill, no borderline. Now look at the chart. It's kind of zigzag. I don't want that. I want to smoothen it out. This is what I have. Okay, so you can cut this out and paste it here. Alright. So it's too thin for my liking. So while it's highlighted, you can see marker here, but you can see line. Let's change the color of the line to purple. Okay, so it's purple now. Let's look at the size 0.5, 2.7. Let's look at 3. Let's look at 4. Let's make it thick. If it's too thick, we'll use it. Then we go to markers. These markers are the things highlighted. They are dots, they are data points. That's why they're called markers. So I need to change it from, look at it, it's currently, you might not see it, it's small. But yeah, but the color is, let's change it to white, this background. And then the marker options. We'll use built-in. Okay, I don't want square, I want, where's circle? What needs to be circle? Look at it now, the sizes are out. Let's make it 7. We'll have, okay, beautiful, so you can see it. Okay, then we can, while it's highlighted, we can click on this and add data label. So you can see there are some data labels popping up already. So we'll quickly increase this and format it from here too. Okay, let's go to home tab. Let's make it buff. Let's give it CBUI. Let's make it bold. Let's make it this color. Alright, and let's give it a black background so that it can pop out. No, I don't like the black background. A few. This is what we have. So white for my liking. You can adjust it the way you want it anyway. There's nothing bad about it. So just to make it look very presentable, we would align it very well. So now, you see. Then this axis is too small, the month rather. We just make it, let's say 13. Let's see. Okay, I'll make it pop up. Alright, so this is what we have. Now you can adjust all of this if it's too clustered. You can see it's quite clustered. So you have liberty to take it as you want. Alright, so this makes sense. Go down, symbolizing or showing that it's the lowest dip. Okay, I think we are making progress. Not I think, we are actually. So the next thing we want to do is to, bring in our line chart. Let's bring in our line chart. The one we can see here. It's a correlation to saying whether, what it means is there a correlation between the order patterns by pizza and the average order value. So on the left axis is the average order value. On the horizontal axis is the numbers of pizza bought. Okay, so to do that, we'll go over to our analysis, pivot table analysis. We didn't capture that during the pivot table analysis, but we'll put that here. Let me see if I can copy this and paste it here. Alright, so this is what I want to do. While this is highlighted, I'll take this out, go to my pivot table, bring out field. I'm not interested in this now, I need quantity. Some of you need price, don't need this, I need average order values. Drag and drop here. And I don't need quarter. So this is what I have. You can see it here. Yeah, I hope I'm not missing out something. Looking off to me. Okay. Alright, so let's try to put this into a scatter plot. So a scatter plot is used to show the correlation between two or more variables. So like correlation effect, cause and effect. Alright, so I'll click on insert and my recommended chart. I need a scatter plot. So you can see what's showing here. It says you can't create this chart type with data inside the pivot table. Please select a different chart type, copy the data outside the pivot table. It has given us the solution already. You can't create a scatter plot within it from a pivot table. So you have to either copy the data from outside the pivot table or use a different chart. So we're going to go with the last suggestion, use copy the data out of the pivot table. It's the same thing in Excel. You can't also make a map visual from a pivot table. So those are some limitations when it comes to Excel, but Power BI is a very advanced analytic tool. So some of the things I'm doing here, you would see I won't need to do it if I was working in Power BI. So to do that, I'll just click on equals to this, enter. Then I would use relative reference here, copy it. Then I'll apply it down to. Okay. Then while this is highlighted, I will quickly format it. I need this custom format, not custom currency rather. Decimal place symbol, yes. Okay, this is what I have. So I can now highlight this equal to insert all charts data plot. So you can see it's no longer give me any restriction. I'll click on the second one, click on OK. So delete this. Delete this. Delete this. What else? So you can see what we're trying to visualize here, which is part of our communication process in data analysis lifecycle, is to say whether as the average order value increases, does it have an effect on the number of pizza people buy? Remember, there are just 4 categories of numbers of pizza people buy at a time. So what it means is that if the price goes up, does the number of pizza people purchase go up? If the price goes down, does the number of pizza people purchase, does it go down? That's the question, right? So you can see from here that as the price is going up here, there's an increment from people buying just 1 here, this data point here, it increased to people buying 2. Okay, so it's not strongly correlated. That's what I can point out from this data. It's not strongly correlated. You can see at some point it went up and then it's declining. All right, so I'll go here and click on add trend line. A different type of trend line: linear trend line, exponential, more options. So this has to do with more of statistics and linear regression. So I'll click on linear. It's just a simple, the appropriate one to use here. Then I'll click on more option. I need it to show me my R squared mean value on chart. So this is it. So if you're familiar with correlation and regression, you see that the R squared value, what it means is that if it's from the point of 0 to 1, if it's correlated, but if it's carrying a negative sign, it's not correlated. So the higher it gets to 1, the stronger this correlation is. So now we have 0.7. You only have the value between -1 and 1. You can't have more than 1 for linear regression. All right. So what this means is that there's a correlation. It's strong. I wish we had more data points, more numbers of ordered pizza, let's say to 12 instead of 4, and the average value. You would see how it will span across the chart, right? So we can say that this is correlated because of this. There was an increase here, but then it further declined. That's what it means. Okay, so how does this influence business decision? We can say that, okay, if there's a strong correlation, then what it means is that the higher the average order value, the higher number of pizza. So what it means is that when people increase their purchasing power, the average order value, they're likely to purchase more pizzas. And how does that influence the business? You can stock up more confidently because you know that people will buy. That's what it means. Okay, so come over, no fill, no line. That is highlighted, no fill, no line. Okay, now cut it, go to my dashboard, and paste it here. It can take some time. I don't need this chart title, so I'll delete it. Right. So I can increase this. Make it bold. Okay. This is the color I want to use. Then let's see if we can change the line, the color of the line to make it this. The width of it would increase. It is too tiny. Make it 4, you can see it. Then the data points. Let's change. Okay, let's see if we can use blue. Let's see if we can use this color. Purple. Let's include data labels. So the data labels are there. I might not be able to see it from my end, but I will increase it so that you can see it. Make it bold. Make it white. Make this white. Alright, so this is going to be white. Okay. Increase this font. Increase this font. We're going to increase this. Going to increase this. Keep on going. Increase this. Alright, so we're going to include this and make this bold too, so that we can see it well enough. Alright, so one more thing will be to increase this. I think, okay, we're good for this now. Alright, I think we're good for this now. Alright, so the next thing we'll do will be to quickly format the next visual. Be our donut chart. Alright, so I'll come over here. Just scroll down. Let me copy this visual here. Paste it. Take this out. Time of day. With other count. Change this to count. What this as go back again and move on this hidden zero. Right, so this is what we have. I'll quickly highlight this and set it in donut chart. Go to pie chart and donut chart. Okay. So just quickly format it here. I'll highlight this alone. Then Ctrl 1 to bring up my format. Let's highlight everything. Click on no line to cover the white spaces. Then for this alone, this color, I'll change it to from blue to this color right here. Then this, I'll change it to the blue we have here. Then we'll leave this. Change it to. Okay, then this, we'll change it from orange to purple color. Alright, then highlight everything and add data labels. These are data labels. Change the color to rainbow. Rainbow. Make it probably this color. Remove total. While this is highlighted, see, no field, no line. I'm going to cut it. can move. There's a way to move this to the top. You put it at the top. Alright, so increase the font size here. You can increase the size of the circles. Do not full size. Okay. Alright, better, and adjust it to your taste. So bring this here. Okay. So now the next thing we're going to bring will be a line chart for hourly trend. So I'll copy this again, Ctrl C, paste this here, Ctrl V. Now take a look at this one. I'll remove time of day, leave count of order ID. I want to bring the hourly trend. So by hourly trend, we'll look at the order time field. I'm dragging in my order time field. Okay, let's wait for it to load. Alright, so this is what we have. So I remove order time. I don't need the time, I don't need the seconds, I don't need the minutes, I only need the hours. The hours, this is what I mean. So 10 means 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12, 13 is 1 p.m, 14 is afternoon, 15 is 3 p.m, like that. Then this is the count of ID. So this is the count of ID. I'm going to drag in revenue too. Put it here. Okay. So we can highlight this to see trends. It's obvious that most people make sales during the afternoon. So this is like the peak order time of the day, and in the evenings around 5 and 6. So that can be your business intelligence. Alright, so this is what we have. I'll quickly highlight this, insert. I'll click on combo rather, and I'll change both of them to line. This is what I have. I'll make the count of order ID to be on the right side of the field. Okay. Now click on OK. And I'll remove all of this. Okay. Then I can quickly format this here. Control 1. Change it to, let's make this purple. I'll change this to this color here. Just again, we do. I can format this. Let's format this axis number. Click on number. I'll click on add formatting code. Use custom. I already have one here. Just put 0, K to format it for you. And for this, I already have it here. Put it dollars, so it changes everything for you. no fill, no line. I'll cut this. Ctrl X. And I'm going to drop it here. And see it's here now. Right. Let's move this a little bit. Okay. All right. There we go. And then next, and adjust this too. Okay, so come to pivot analysis. I'll copy this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I want to put in another visual that which shows the price size, pizza size rather, by quantity distribution. Here, pizza size by quantity distribution. So why this is highlighted, I come to pivot table, analyze, field list. So I'll change this to quantity, pizza size by quantity. So I'll drop this here and I'll take this out of this column. I need it by quantity, so I'm going to change from count of ID to quantity. So our quantity is in this table. This is what we have here. Now this is, I don't want this formatting. Format numbers. Use decimal. It means zeros. Okay. That didn't work. Let's use number formatting instead. Number. Use 1000 separator. I don't need any decimal points. Alright, so we're good to go. So I'll quickly copy this and insert it into, I'm going to insert it into a clustered chart. Yes, I need this. Alright, so as usual, we'll do the same thing. Remove all of these lines. Idle field buttons, remove total, remove this total. Okay. Then we can include data label. Take this off. And make this white. Make this 12. Maybe single UI. Alright. As usual, no fill, no borderline. You can change the column chart to that's what it looks like first of all in the dashboard. The way this thing can be moved. I know I used to do it before. So I'll paste it here. So now I have to do what I need. Okay, so we'll leave it with this. So we can change the, let's reduce the gap size. Okay. Alright, I think this is good enough. So quickly adjust things. I need these numbers to pop out. I'm going to make them bold, and then I need the colors to come out. Let's use light gray. Oh no, that's not what I want. Okay. Alright, this is what I need. Okay, so the final visual we'll put on this dashboard here would be this one to help us see. We want to see pizza category by distribution and average order size. Pizza category, this pizza category by distribution. Sorry, pizza category distribution by average order. So these are the average order values, and then this is the size. So I'll quickly copy all of this No, I'm going to copy this alone, then insert it into, let's see what we've got here, into a bar chart. Okay, let's do combo. Okay, let's do bar chart first. Let's see what we've got. I click on enter. So I have this. Now, while highlighted, I'm going to come to design and change chart type. Yes, so I need this in this format. Beautiful. I'll click on OK. What next thing? To get rid of all of these things, right click and hide all fill buttons. I don't need these lines. I don't need these lines. So let's change all of these colors. So I'll go to colors here, and I'll use this gradation here, this tonal gradation here. So the first one would be, let's use this. It looks too light. Or should we use this? They're different. Okay, I just want to spread it across. There are 4. Then this will be this. Let's just spice things up a bit. Then this will take this variation. Okay, and this finally will take this dark bold color. And then I could put borderline. Oh yes, no, I need solid line around it, exactly. Then I need a solid line around this too, so that I can effectively demarcate them. Solid line. I also need solid line here, and I need a solid line here. So back to the that I'm going to click on no fill. I think this is good enough, and no line. Right, so while it's highlighted, I'll take it out and put it on my dashboard here. Control paste, Control V rather. Seems okay, this is it. Alright, so it's giving us the feel of this now. You can see. Alright, so and increase this, go to home, now you can clearly see it. Alright, so this is what we have here. Increase this on size 2. So now you can clearly see what visuals are like. Alright, so I think we need to format something here. I really don't know why this isn't giving me what I want. So let's proceed. So we'll just take a look at it. I think it's all coming together now. All coming together. You might want to adjust this so I can create more space for these guys here. So just format it or adjust it to the size you would want. Okay. Just if it's not fitting, just increase it to size you might want. Right, there's no harming. You can see what we have here. And quickly put this in. Alright, so it's all coming together. I can adjust these guys here. Also adjust this here. Oh no. Alright, so we can adjust this here. So just format it as you would want it to be. Okay, so I think we are about 80% done. So the next thing we're going to do is to create our slicers. But before that, okay, let's create our slicers before put all of these headings. You can see here these headings. Okay, so it's just the same thing, text box and the chat. Let's see if we can copy this. And copy it and paste here. Okay, beautiful. So I think this will save us time. Why is it inside? Okay. Okay, so this is perfect. Then we'll just come over here, copy this. Okay, come over here. Oh, I copied this one. Okay. You can see it perfectly. Fit it here. We are good. Let's bring in the other one. Control C. Paste it here. So it's simple, just format the way we can format in every other KPIs. We'll drop this down. So we'll bring this down here. Right. Yeah. So that's it. Let's see how we can let's create slicers. Let's create slicers. These slicers here. All right. So to create slicers, we will. I'm just going to do. It takes a while to create slicers, but I'm just going to do maybe one or two. Then I'll show you how. Just click on any of the pivot table. Click on pivot table, analyze. Go to insert slicers. Beautiful. So the first slicer we want to use will be our quarter-over-quarter time intelligence slicer. So where is it? We'll go to more hierarchy. So we'll click on month. We'll click on quarter rather. So this will be a slicer. And that slicer will create. You can see the slicers are here. I'll just show you one and implement that. You can see the slicers. We have quarter, we have day of week, we have pizza size, category, and time of day. So I'm just going to do quarter and day of week so you can replicate the rest. So where were we again? All right, the quarter and then time of day. Where is the time of day? And okay, no, I'll just do day of week. Day of week. Days of week. Where's the weekdays? What did I name it? Okay, let's do weekdays. Okay, weekdays. Now click on OK. You can add more sliders, but this is it. So these are sliders. Right. So I will right click on this and then click on report connections. So now in Excel, it's quite daunting to make your sliders interactive with all your visuals. But in Power BI, it's very simple, it's easy. So that's one of the limitations of Excel. So we're going to manually connect everything. See, we've created a lot of pivot tables. I can see 35. That means we've created 35 pivot tables. I can see 37. I can see 40. So all of these pivot tables we've been creating, we're going to connect every single thing. All right, every single thing to the slider, so that when we click on it, we can have a very interactive dashboard. Okay, so you see the time it's taking. Imagine you having about 8 sliders you want to. We will have 50 pivot tables. That means I'm going to click this 50 times. I can see 54. I can see 55. That's. I can even see 70. Really? That's. Are we done? So just cross check. Just cross check. I think we're done. So I click on OK. So it's taking time to load because it's taking a lot of memory space. I'm going to do this to report connections. I'll do the same thing. All right. Do cross check again. Yes, I think we're good. So we'll just work with these 2 sliders, then show you how to do them and create the rest. All right, so I'll highlight both of them, cut it out of here. And I'll put them here. If I click on any of the quarter now, you'd see how interactive it would be. So this usually takes memory space. So you can see everything is interactive. All right, so I'll check all the sliders that I have selected. All right, so you can see over here, so I kept some tiles here. All of these are just shapes. If I drag and drop it, what I did here was just to insert smart shapes as usual. So if you look at that shape, I think it's this one. Got it here, this one. All right, so look at it, they're the same. It has an edge here, corner here, and then I did the same thing by adding formatted the shape, and I just added gradient to it, gradient fill, so you can see tops and the rest, and you can check it out. But that's basically what I did, and I removed the no fill, no line. Yet, so no line and the rest. So I'm going to undo all of this. All right. So I'll just copy these same things and paste. So I'll copy this, Ctrl C. It's simple. You can just recreate that. Now put it here, paste. So align it. Then come over here, align this one, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. You can see that's just basically what I did here. Just explore your creativity. All right, and then for this quarter, I'm going to reduce this. If I don't need all of them, I just want to show one, quarter one. This is what I want to show. So Okay, Q1. Then while this is highlighted, I'm going to come over to slicers here. All right, and I'll click on slicer style. I'll right click on it. Let me duplicate this. I'll duplicate it and call it I'll say slicer tutorial 1. Then I'll format it, the whole slicer. I'm going to click on, I think I need, what color of background do I need now? I don't need any border. The fill should be, let's check for more colors. Let's use normal colors. Okay, let's use some colors are supposed to be showing. Let's use this color. Let's see what it will give us. Okay. And let's look at it. Let's click on OK. So I'll click on OK. I'll go to slider again. You can see it when I highlight on it, it has changed color. Right, then while it's highlighted, I'll click on slider again. I'll right click on it. I'll click on modify. Now click on header. Now format it. In the header, I don't want any border. The font, I think I will need the font to be white. Then the fill, I don't think I need any fill. Let's click on OK. I'll click on OK. Then see it has changed. Okay, so you can also insert slicer again. If you want to modify it by clicking on header. I need to make it bold. I'll click on, where's the font? Click on bold. It's on to bold now. Okay, it's on to bold. So I would click on it again, home. I'll right click on this, modify. Now click on selected item with data. Selected item with data is what the Q1 is showing. All right, where the Q1 is showing, I'll click on format. How do I want it to be? I want it to have the font color. If the font color should still be white, and then no border. Then the fill, I need the fill to be more like charcoal kind of color. All right, I'll use look at that. Let's click on OK. Let's see what we've got there. Click on slicer again, modify, selected item data. Let's format that again. There's something new color. Actually, no color. Right, okay, this is it. So on fill, I click on it. Let me use this instead. All right, so this sample will show the number that's click on format. You click on OK, click on OK. Then we formatted it. So we can drag and drop it here. While it's highlighted, we just drag and okay, let's drag and let's bring this to the front. Click on home. It's going to the back. How is this done again? Insert shapes. Wait. Shape format. This is not shape. Let's do. Okay, look at it. Alright. So what I just did here is to right click on it and bring it to the front. I need to bring it forward. Back. Okay, let's do it again. Let's bring it to the front. All right, so here we go. We'll put our cutter here. So you don't have to go through the same stress of formatting the whole slicer all over again. So imagine you have several slicers. You don't have to do them one by one. What I'll do here is I'm going to come over to, I will highlight, while this slicer is highlighted, I'll click on slicer here. And then I would right click on this and I'll say duplicate. So I'm not going to call this slicer tutorial 1. I'll call this slicer tutorial, let's say 2. Okay, and I'll click on OK. What I'll do now is I'll highlight this one that I want to format, and I'll click on slicer. Then the second slicer tutorial 2 is created. I've made a duplicate, so I'm just going to click on it, and it will format this slicer as it should be. Okay, so it's a replica of the first one. We can do this for all of these other slicers here. You can see them. All right. So as usual, I'll format it. It's going backwards, so I'll just right click on this and I'll click bring to the front. So I have my weekday slicer here. I'll try and align it with this one. Okay, I think it's perfectly fit now. All right. Beautiful. Okay, so the next thing we'll do is to bring in our quarter over quarter KPI, right? So that we can have the dashboard to be very interactive, the quarter over quarter calculations. So, but before we do that, let's quickly sort this out. I'm not comfortable with this line showing behind. So I'll click on shape format or Control 1 to take me straight up. While this is highlighted, this very shape, let's see what's the issue. Okay, let's toggle this. Okay, so we can see that it's the transparency that had issues. That's why it was showing the line behind it. I think this is perfect. This is perfect. So we can go to the shadow. The shadow beneath it is too much. So I can reduce the transparency of the shadow, or increase it rather. That will have something like this, something that appears, subtle. Okay. Okay. Let's do transparency here. I don't want it. I want it to be exactly so. This is good. This is good. Let's increase this a bit. All right. So we can proceed now to bring in our quarter over quarter calculations. So I'll go to my pivot table analysis sheet. We'll come over here. Where is that? Where is it again? Okay, we have it here. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to highlight this. Now we might not be able to just bring it. It will not be interactive if we pull it the way we pull this metrics into the next sheet. So there's a way we're going to do it. We'll highlight this. We'll come over to this camera icon here. So this camera icon might not be on your Excel. So in order for you to make it activated, just simply go to files. All right, I think, where is that again? We'll go to options. We'll click on quick access toolbar. Yeah, so you can see I have camera over here. Well, yours may not be showing. So what you have to do is to scroll and search for all commands. Where's all commands? Okay, you click on this drop down. After popular command, click on this drop down and click on all commands. Then you would see camera. You scroll down, you see look for C. After B, look for C, and you find camera. Once that is done, just click on it and add it to this, and it will come over here. So that's how you're going to import that camera functionality into your Excel workbook. So I'll click on cancel. So what I'm going to do now is to take a snapshot of this. While this is highlighted, I'm going to take a snapshot of this, then come over to my dashboard and paste it here. So you can see I have my quarter over quarter calculation here. Okay, so I'll do the same thing for this total order quarter over quarter KPI. Take a snapshot of it too, then go to the dashboard here, then I can paste it here also. Okay, then I'll do that for the total quantity KPI. I'll take a snapshot of it, then go back to the dashboard and paste it here. Then I'll do that for the final one, average order value. Take a snapshot of it and paste it here. I think I just mixed up some things. Total quantity. This should come here, then this should go here. Okay, so let's quickly format this. Right, so to be able to format this, we don't need the white background. So I'll go back to my pivot analysis. I'll highlight this. While this is highlighted, I'll come here and click on this. I'll click on home and give it the color I want it to be. So let's see what color is here first. This is quite dark, but you might not really do much of formatting on it. I think, is it highlighted? Yes, it is. Then I'll come over here, my home, and then the background I need, I'll just give it this dark gray. So you can see it here. So what we have here is dark gray. Yes, I want to remove the line around it. Picture format. Let's remove the line. Or let's right click on this format picture. I'm going to come over to this format painter. I don't want no line. Yes, I don't want no line. So no fill. Let's see it. Okay, no fill. So you can see it. It's here. Total revenue. Then we'll do the same thing too for total orders. Okay, this should be total orders. So while it's highlighted, I'll come over here, highlight it, and let's see the color we have here. This is a lighter shade. I'll click on home. I'll come here. No, don't need that. Let's look at. Let's check this. Let's see this. All right. So okay, it's good we still use the same color since they're on the same page, on the same card rather. Yes. So this is it. Then I'll click on no fill. We have it here. All right. Then let's do this to average order value. Average order value. I'll come here, click on home. I'm going to use this. Let's use this light shade. No fill. Okay. I don't need no line. All right. So then I'll highlight this. Highlight this here. Click on this. Let's see what we have. Right click on it, format. So no fill on any line. It's blended appropriately. Then this still has some. Let's see if we can make it blend to some extent. Oh no, still haven't gotten there yet. Okay, let's leave it like that first. All right, so this is what we have. Now let's see how interactive this would be like. Let's scroll up. Okay, let's be very responsive to sliders. It usually takes some memory space when you're working in. Okay, so you can see it has changed, but it's quite small. So let's increase this. Quite small. Okay. So you can see how. So you could just take time to to blend it as you want. Okay, so that you can experiment more on it. Alright, so you can see this also. Alright, so we have this quarter over quarter calculations here. So I'm going to remove the filter now. So it's responsive. So it tells us the percentage increment in total revenue, whether it decrease in total order, average order value, and the like. Alright, so the next thing we'll do would be to let's see what we have here as we finally wrap this up. Alright, so we'll just add some customization. You could insert pictures into your Excel dashboard and other interactivities. So it's the same shape that was here I just made it smaller. So I'll copy this. Okay, I'll copy this here and just put it here. You can see it. I'll copy this and paste also, and make this and increase this. Okay, and bring this here. All right, just for style, you can put other things on these tiles. So feel free to explore. Remember, the first step to learning is imitation. You don't remain there. You can always explore further. So quickly, this dashboard, you can see this also. I'm just going to copy this too. It's the same thing. Let me copy this. Just create a text box, and then you can write the same thing you see inside. So this is what I did here. So the same thing I did here too. I'm going to copy my name. And just paste it here. Okay. You can customize yours to that same way. All of these are text box formatted with text in it, and you do it in the color you want. Okay. So that's it. So if you want to bring in a picture, you can create a placeholder for your picture. What did I do here? I created a circle. This is a shape. If I pull this out, you can see my picture. This is a circle. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. All right. So how do I get a circle? You can come over here, insert shapes. This is a circle. You format it to the way you want it. All right. Then if you want to bring in picture into your Excel, you can click on insert. You don't just have you don't just have access to be able to import shapes. You can also import pictures. So I'll say from this device, I'm going to import it, and I'll go to my PC desktop and bring this. These are my pictures. And insert it here directly. So this is how you can insert. So this is my picture here. Yeah, it went down the way to hide itself. So I'm just going to drag and format this where I want it to be, and format it here. You can also increase this. Okay. Then just format as you want to. Right. So this is it. My name is there. This is the Zapala Sales Analytic Business Project. I don't think we're missing any other thing. All right, so just have to format some things to your satisfaction and add other things that you think might spice it up. So this is the full workflow of the Excel case study, a practical guided business project, right? And yeah, so we've come to the end of this Excel case study tutorial, and I'm so excited. This is a full dashboard we just created, What I would like you to do at this point is to, request of you to please recreate this, use it for your portfolio projects, right? Post it on your social media handles like LinkedIn, X, TikTok, and tag me. I'll do well to like, comment, and share also. All the links, resources, the DAX formulas, the custom codes we use will be hosted in a GitHub repository or a Google Drive link, whichever one of them that you find it convenient to access, right? So please like and comment, share this to your friends, those who might need to understand how data analysis is carried out in Excel. So as this is going to help me stay motivated to create more value for you all as I continue to build this channel by bringing your way a lot of good projects. And it's also important to help the YouTube algorithm grow. Please comment and share, and thank you very much for staying true till this very moment. I'm so excited we're able to work through this together. All right, so yeah, bye for now.